the customer efficiency that we wish to bring in. And obviously, these are the three things through which these models that we have created presently at SUD Life, these are just a glimpse of what we are doing here. It extends to, and it is even more in detail when we go into maybe specific contexts of those models, because these are just a high level discussion points here. And with me, we have Jagdish, who is the lead for all our analytics practices at SUD Life. He looks at all model building activities. There is a team under him which brings in all those best practices of models being created, and that is how we all collaboratively work together within SUD Life. And if you want to take up some different levels of the models.
Yes. As Aditya was pointing out, we have these three pillars on which we try to create value for our organization. Mainly the customer-centric approach that we had in our organization. We'll try to emphasize more on that, seeing what best suits the customer in terms of the servicing, the retention that is there, and what can we do more to have the value enhanced in the entire course of policy tenure, be it cross-sell, the upsell opportunities that are there. We try to have them in place so that the customer feels that bond connected with SUD Life, and then we try to enhance that in terms of these models being in place, having different solutions in multiple places. So we try to help sales to a network design that is there, in which they can visit all those branches within a vicinity of 25-kilometer radius, so that they can have the efficiency of not going too far or having their meetups catched in that particular branches specific to their close proximity. And then while doing this, they also have those banker channels in coordination with them. So this is also one of the things that we have done internally for our sales team, so that they can focus more on the customers, more on the banker relationship that is there. So they can do this, and then they can come up with solutions, having those leads converted into a policy that is there going into the cycle. So just going to the framework that we generally follow when we create a solution for any business problem that is there. You would be very much aware of the CRISP DM framework that is there, which is cross-industry best practice, standard practice for data mining. So this is in line with that framework. What we generally do is, whenever there is a business problem that is there, we try to convert that into a data problem. So what is the business problem that is there, and what data points are there exactly, so that we can convert that business problem into a data problem, so that we can have some metrics in place. And then once we deploy that, we also know that what data points to collect, what points are there, so that we can have calculated measures, so we can have those efficiencies, accuracies, all those figures being calculated, and then have a feedback loop in place, so that once the model is deployed, what points should be monitored, how the customers are interacting, how the salespeople are able to convert those insights generated by the model to an actionable point, so that they can take some call to action on that, and then do a feedback mechanism back into the model.
So one important point here, what we also essentially try to do is when we want to identify that we wish to bring out a model into place, first and foremost, the business need has to be qualified in that sense. Because when we talk about these business needs, for the analytics team to actually understand what is the business need, we try to convert that business need into an analytical problem statement. For example, the hypothesis that we will want to bring into place is probably saying that for lapse persistency or for improving persistency, there will be, say, 5 or 6 important variables, or possibly 10 important variables, which are the ones which will be having an effect on the persistency. So maybe a null hypothesis is being formulated, and we either try to prove or disprove it, and essentially then reach out to the model development stage. And what would also happen is, specifically when we try to bring in best practices for the model, it will always start with a descriptive analytics, which means that we would want to understand the data far more into the details, and then go into aligning it for a model development.
Uh, so uh, uh, In all these steps, interaction with business teams becomes the critical or most crucial thing, so that the business and the data team or the analytics team that is there, they are on the same page. And whatever the analysis or whatever the descriptives that are being generated, insights are created, the business team has to be on the same page as well. Otherwise, it becomes difficult at a later stage to go and deploy that model. So whenever the interaction starts, whenever the problem statement is been identified, both the business team and the analytics team has to sit down and interact and try to understand what the problem is exactly and how to convert that into a data problem. For example, here, if we talk about 13th month persistency, um, uh, is the definition of 13th month persistency problem being defined so that it can be converted into a data problem? Is that in place? So that is the first step that we have to look at. And then, as Aditya was saying, we have to do some descriptive analytics, trying to understand where the problem is exactly. For example, if 80% of the problem is related to maybe 10% of the channel that is there, then we will identify the 10% channel and try to focus our efforts on that 10% channel itself. So that is where we have to try to sit and understand data in detail, and what kind of touch points are available for us to say if we have to deploy a strategy also. If there are any touch points that are there, how can we interact, or how can the sales team at the ground can interact with the customers and maybe retain them back, is what we have to also identify at this stage itself. As I was mentioning, a collaboration with business team, the starting stage itself is the critical step, or the we can say maybe the success parameter that is there. We can define on that, and then once we have the business problem identified, we convert that into a data problem, saying that whether 13-month persistency model will say whether it is T plus 30 or T plus 15 or T plus 60. How many days do we allot to the customer, saying that after this X number of days will convert, we will identify that as a lapse. Even that becomes critical for us, because if you have maybe a T plus 60 kind of a or T plus 30 kind of tenure given to the customer, how or when would the business team would be interacting with the customer? Is it at the end of 60th day? Is it end of the 30th day? Or would it be at the end of 15th day after the due date is there?
So I think what an important point here to be noted is, when we are also trying to see uh, output of that persistency model, and we are specifically talking about that model. If there is a lapse date that we have identified for given policy or given customer, there would be, example, a grace period after that lapse date. And even after that grace period, you will have time frame wherein the customer may pay the premium. What we would also want to model it for is possibility of, one is whether the person is actually paying before the grace period, two, whether the person is paying within the time of grace period, and three, how much time after the grace period is the person also paying. And then we will want to put in the model accuracies accordingly. Now, when we talk about these model accuracies, it will obviously be harnessed with the way in which supposedly the business team is also then from a customer servicing team. If we talk about customer service team, then talking to the customer and trying to convince him, I think those strategies will be identified basis these three different categories within the grace, within the last state, within the grace period, prior to the grace period, and after the grace period. And these three buckets also become very critical, because then we have to also change the strategies through which business teams would also want to tackle the customer thereof. So we will just maybe possibly take a logical break and try to absorb if there are any questions that need to be answered.
But I think another consideration for this is that SUD actually has a framework and an ecosystem where there are data experts, right, supporting the business users who will just articulate their business problem statement or their business requirement. So I'm not sure in DLVN whether there's a dedicated team of data people that will partner with the business people, right, to understand the business problem, to help the business curate the data. So for some consideration, it's either like how Daiichi Cambodia did was for persistency. They actually set up a dedicated task force. So they actually appointed like the person in charge from each of the functional team that will matters in the entire persistency ecosystem, right? And they will huddle together to start doing something similar. Otherwise, another one is that if there exists a dedicated data expert team in DLVM, right, that a similar task force can also be formed. Because otherwise, I think from the business user perspective, it's very hard for them to make sense of this whole ecosystem without the help of that dedicated data team. So I think that
Right.
one is very critical.
Yeah. So what Lion-san is trying to explain is, one is the data team will help data team, and even within this gamut, what we are also trying to do is divide our business intelligence practices into 4 categories. Now we have 4 categories within this. First category is the one which very collaboratively works with the IT teams, which means the one who works on the data practices for or the data engineering and data management. This means that we have a plethora of structured and unstructured data within the organization, which has to be brought together to form a data warehouse of sorts. This is a single source of truth for the entire organization, through which we actually send out MISs, we send out analytics, we look at model building activities. Second part is the data visualization team, who specifically works with the business units to look at if there are certain MISs which have to be created for different functions, if there are certain analytics, um, descriptive analytics, if it has to be done for certain people, that is the team that will do it. We have another team, which is the analytics core team, which means they will be running a statistical model, they will be working on AI and ML technologies so that model building can become easier. And all of these teams very collaboratively work from an automation perspective so that once a model is created, it can be also deployed in the right sense for usage for the business team. And fourth team, which is one of the more important parts, which also we are trying to bring in now within SUD side, is the innovation team. And this innovation team tries to create a lot of works on cutting edge technologies which are there for across different sectors. So if I have to specifically talk about some cutting edge technologies, we have recently worked on ways in which we can utilize avatars for enhancing possibilities of communication. And this is something that we are presently also working on and trying to see if this can also make a lot of difference within the ecosystem. From AI and ML perspective, there are a lot of ways in which we are enhancing speech to text, text to speech, sentiment analysis, all of those aspects of AI to possibly look at how well we can use languages to ascertain and enhance possibilities of communication. Because when we talk about India geography, there are not one, but more than, I would say, 50 different languages which are being spoken across the region, of which obviously majority of languages that are spoken are to the level of say 10 to 12. And then we usually deep dive onto speech to text analysis to understand if there are more information that we can get. Because what would happen is when the customer servicing team is calling the customer, what kind of interaction do they have with the customer also defines whether the customer is happy or not, whether the customer is ready to pay, or what are his inhibitions which are actually not captured in your structured data that we see within the life cycle of data which is being managed within the systems. For example, we might not know to the deeper extent whether the policy that has been given to the customer or at the very onboarding stage, whether was it a right fit for the customer, whether the product was right fit for the customer, may get communicated back to the Daiichi team when you are having the first call with that customer during the first year of renewal. And that is when you would come to know possibly that the person is not happy with the product. And then the opportunities of cross sell or upsell also come in because you want to now retain that customer at that level. So these are the ways in which we also, from our business side, try to tackle these problems.
Yeah. So going to the next step, which is modeling. So
we have any questions so far?
Not question, but let me understand more. Like it's too bad to have already how many people in the core team, right? For the data, I think that we have a core team, right?
We have more than 20 people within the core data analytics innovation team. From a persistency perspective, if we want to talk about, there will be an HO team of again not less than 10 to 12 people from the persistency team also, and they will have aligned some kind of sales team also or calling center team, call centers, which will be doing the calls for persistency. And thereof, within that, there will be ways in which callers are also segregated, so that difficult cases, which are deep lapse cases, if we want to talk about, deep lapse cases will be assigned to specific business conservation officers who are experts in terms of handling difficult cases. We will also try to the servicing team and the renewal team, which we call them. Renewal team will also try to understand what is the efficiency of telecallers who are calling the customers and trying to retain them. And if there are efficient telecallers, allocation of the persistency model output that we see, those persistency model outputs on the basis of probabilities will also get allocated to people, call centers, and then they will do the calling. For example, if there are, if we want to divide this into different segments, which means we have high probability of the customer who will lapse. These high probability cases will be assigned to the BCO, which is the business conservation officer, who is the one who handles difficult cases. The cases which have a very low probability of renewal of lapsation, which means these are your disciplined based customers, they will not lapse. Then the strategy for these set of customers would be different, which means we will be, example, giving only one call to that customer, send out one SMS to that customer, send out example one WhatsApp. So we have a business communication channel which is WhatsApp as well. We send out them messages through WhatsApp, and then we say that these are the ones, even if we do not have any strategy for them, they will still renew with us. And the rest of the customers where the probability is high for lapsation, there will be different strategies that will be allocated.
So you say that you when you make a call, right, you can identify whether the customer happy or not, right? You said right.
Yes.
Correct. Can we do that? We can do that.
Yes, we can do that. So, for example, during calling, there will be two kind of things. One is the telecaller will ask very specific questions, which can be curated basis the region, right? If we say that the customer is being called and said whether you are happy with the product or not. Question number one, if the product is aligned to you, you are happy with the product. The customer says yes. Then probably the question number two, your renewal for this product is due on by end of this month. Example, I'm saying. So would you be paying by end of this month? If the customer says yes, then you again do a tick. So these will be dispositions that you will be creating for the telecaller, so that it becomes easier when the customer is being called. The telecaller then does a tick mark on the checklist that is given. And then if there are answers which are possibly no, if for the second question that we asked, the customer says that I may not want to pay the premium right now, I will pay it later. So the disposition that we have would typically mean that we will say that when should I call you back? So that we know the second call that has to happen to the customer is on X date. And then such trees will get created for different customer buckets, so that calling can be done on the regular.
But these are already configured in your CRM, so that when the call center officer call, as long as they answer accordingly, it gets recorded in CRM. So your team will just aggregate and perform the analysis from there.
Correct.
Do you have any sentiments? The system, in the CRM, they can also measure customer tone. and try to see whether they are happy or not. Those kind of sentiment measurement, who do have that in the design? No, lah. Just purely based on the question.
So presently we are in the middle of shifting the CRMs at our, which means that we have some dispositions that we have because we have different when it comes to CRM, there will be policy servicing that would happen more on the CRM side. When it comes to persistency, there is a dedicated team and a dedicated call center for that. That call center will do the calling thereof. And we have all of those records so that we get to know what are the dispositions and what did the customer mention in that disposition, so that this can be analyzed further from a feedback loop perspective.
Adding to what Aditya just said, this calling happens at the time of onboarding itself. So we won't be waiting till the 13th month renewal due date that is going to happen. We call the customer right after the issuance, just before the onboarding. And what type of questions are generally put to the customer is the first phase in which we ask the customer like, are you aware of the product or not? In many of the cases, it might so happen that the sales officer, while trying to convert a lead into a potential policy, some kind of misinformation or some information might have been not communicated, or there can be some gap in terms of explaining those policy details to the customer. So out of 10, maybe 10 features that are there, the salesperson might have put forward maybe 8 or 9 features of the product, and the 9th or 10th feature might not be explained to that customer in that detailed manner. So we explain the product features as well to the customer, saying that these are the product features that are there. Are you aware of all these features or not? And then we also check the details of the customer as well. So in order to mitigate any kind of risk from the customer angle as well. So for example, in India, there are regions where in which the claim rate are also seen on the higher side. So we try to assess if there is any risk on that particular mortality risk as well. So we have one model in place at the time of onboarding, which is an ensemble of 4 models, which says the customer has mortality risk high, low, medium. The customer has persistency risk high, low, medium. The customer has some grievance, which can be a probable later lapsation that can turn out. That is also calculated and then computed into the model. And then we have one fraud angle getting calculated, saying that based on the past experience of SUD life, people having certain profiles might be on the higher side or higher risk of committing a fraud or a spurious case that is being onboarded. So all these 4 models get into one single output, an ensemble output with weightages varying as per the business needs. In certain quarters, the business might want more sales. In certain quarters, the business would be more careful of handling those onboarding cases that are there. So we try to vary these weightages and create one single output, which would tell the onboarding team then and there itself whether you have to put more scrutiny questions to the customer, or would that be more of a welcome call that we are making to the customer, saying that yeah, you are in line with the product features, you are happy with the product, and then yeah, we are welcoming you while onboarding. So this is a mechanism that we have at the onboarding stage itself. So we try to avoid or try to gauge if there is any risk going forward in his or her policy license. So that is one step that we do at the onboarding itself to arrest or retain the customers going ahead. Yeah, going to the third step with it, which is modeling. We have now the business problem. We have understood what data is there, how can maybe these matrices can be converted, and then going forward, we'll see what kind of algorithm or what kind of solution can be given to the problem that is there at place. In many cases, it might so happen that descriptive analytics itself is helpful, or we might not go ahead and do a classification problem, or there is no need for any other particular solution. And clean descriptive analytics with proper insights might solve a problem. But it might so happen that we might have certain constraints, we might have certain challenges that are there in order to handle the volumes of customers that are there at our end. So there is a resource constraint that is there. There is a time constraint that is there. There is a challenge on the on the money that is there. So all these constraints getting into consideration, we have to design a solution which best suits the organization's immediate objectives or goals. So this is where modeling comes into picture. We can use deep learning techniques. We can use classic classification models. We can use descriptive analytics. Basis the goals or basis the amount of time or efforts that the business team there has to put in. And then once the model is selected, we have an algorithm in place. We are fitting the problem with the algorithm and trying to have a solution in place. We then deploy that solution, try to see how the model is performing in time testing, in out of time testing. In time testing, I mean, for example, you have considered a period of maybe 2 years or 3 years. So we train the model on that particular data set and test the same model on the same data set that is being used for the training of the model, and see how the model is performing. And then we do a out of time testing. Now we have confirmed that the model is working fine in that in time framework that is there. We test it out of time, going 1 year or 6 months down the line, seeing if there is no model in place, how would the solution actually predict the solution, the policy or the customer, whether he's going to lapse or whether he will stay back. So all these scenarios we have to at least test for 3 to 6 months and see whether the model is stable or not. All the matrices that we are using in terms of evaluating the model in terms of the in-time testing, whether the same consistency is being maintained in the out-of-time testing as well. We have to confirm that before going into the actual deployment.
So I think one point that can also rightly come out, and when the models are being created, possibly here the actuaries team is creating all of those models. That is the correct understanding.
Yeah.
What a right set of things would also mean that when we want to say that the model is working fine, model is in line and giving the results as what is expected, probably the out of time testing becomes very important. How do we do that out of time testing for making the model usable? For example, we want to start using the model from next month. If this is a statement that we are making, what we should do is probably say last 2 years data being used for identifying your 100% of data which is going into the model or building. This data will have to be split into example 70-30 bucket, and try and see that the model that on which we are creating is 70%, 30% is where you test that model. Many times what people will also do is probably do a 70-20-10, so that we also try to see whether the model is overfitting, underfitting, and we will be discussing on those techniques probably tomorrow as we go ahead. Once this is done, we look at out of time testing. For example, once the model is created, we try to see if the model is predicting correctly for next 1 month, which means model is created for last 2 years. Example, FY 21, 22, 22, 23. And in start of FY 24, first month, we see that the model has performed well in terms of whether the model is giving correct result for the first month. And this is already the month which has gone by, which means you are testing it for things which have already happened in the past. And hence the model accuracies also are then showcased to the business user, saying that had you utilized this model, we could have saved these many customers, which we have predicted correctly, that these will actually be lapsing. And then we save these customers by understanding the probability that the model has to be used. One more point, it may not typically mean that business users will be ready to use the model from the very beginning. I think this is the similar problem statement that we had also faced in SUD Live. So what happens is when we essentially try to look at making people understand this model, there are 2 steps to it. One is the way in which the model is also getting created should also be explained to the business user teams. Explaining them what are the, while we may not go into the details of model building techniques, but at least the overview of how that model is being created should also be showcased to the business users, so that they get a confidence as to what is happening in the model building activity. Second is there will be cohorts that have to be identified. For example, if we say that there are within the country, there are example 4 regions: east, west, north, south. If we are just trying to divide it within the east region, we may want to do a pilot. This is what is the output of the model. This pilot will give a confidence to the business team from the results that are coming out, and then that pilot can get expanded for more regions. So that business team also gets confidence in terms of what has been done here by the actuaries team and how it has to be implemented on ground. So I think those steps will have to be taken so that business teams are also getting onboarded. And very essential part, which is the feedback mechanism. What has happened by attacking these customers? Possibly the output of those should go back into the loop for model building so that it becomes even better.
So continuing with the framework, the next step would be once the model is selected, how we are identifying the in time and out of time testing, all the evaluation is done. We will now deploy the model and have one constant mechanism of monitoring it. Maybe what we have to do is define certain frequencies at which the model output has to be transparently shared with the business users. So what we can do is, in order to have the trust or kind of confidence on the model, we can give the set of predicted data sets to business team directly, maybe a month ahead, or then we can have the dispositions mapped against these customers, whether they have lapsed, renewed. All the data points can be monitored or measured by the business team itself, so that they can share or publish those results instead of a data team or actuary team doing that. Maybe the business team, how they measure those parameters, if they can directly plot and see, they will get the confidence. Yeah, maybe these particular kind of profiles are what we have to maybe identify and have one strategy in place. And these are the set of customers where in which a different option of strategy has to be adopted. So those figures getting published or derived from the business team itself would make this activity more engaging, and then the business team would also have the confidence saying that this is how I will use this model. Maybe the data team might not be having a complete overview or the kind of options that are there for a business team. The business team would be in that position saying that for these customers, this X strategy or Y strategy I will be using for. So transparency, complete transparency, frequent communications with business teams, aligning the results, saying that maybe the business is saying 80% is the accuracy and the data team is saying maybe it is 85%. So there can be a difference in terms of identifying or calculating those KPIs. For example, in SUD Life, what we had as an initial challenge was we have set T plus 15 as the tenure in which we will be analyzing. And what the business team was doing is calculating those figures at the month end. So for all those policies which are due on 27, 28, 29, 30, for them, the T plus 15 window is not getting elapsed. So there is a discrepancy of 2-3% here and there. So then we go back and check with them why is this discrepancies. Then they say that they are calculating all those figures at month end. Maybe 30th of every month they will be doing those calculations. But for those policies which are due on 29, 30, those T plus 15 period is not being elapsed for them. So there is a minor difference in terms of 3-4%. So then we go back and say that this is how we have to calculate, and then we have to compute. Then they say that yes, we have to allocate 15 days at least for all those policies to see if the figures are correct or not. Then these kind of challenges won't be there if we have those regular interactions with business teams. Going to the next slide. So now going in detail about the 13th month persistency problem that we had in SUD Life. So the first step is to interact with business stakeholders. So the head of persistency team comes and says, we have this problem, 13-month persistency is not in comparison with what the business benchmarking is there. Other companies are maybe 2-3% ahead. We have to catch it with the persistency figures that are there. So this is the broad definition that the business head has. So now we have to break that 13-month persistency problem into a detailed definition, saying that we have to convert that into a data problem. So now we are sitting with the business team. We are trying to understand what is the process of sale that is happening. What are those customer touch points through which these leads are getting converted into a policy? What are the data that we are capturing? What are the fields that are getting captured? What are the customer touch points in which we are able to gauge the customer sentiment before the main event happens, which is renewal? So what are these data points? What is the process of sale? How are the interaction mechanisms? At what frequency you are interacting with the customer? Are there any communications that are going through emails, through WhatsApp, through SMS? All these data points are then captured. And we try to understand what is the overall process that is there in detail. So while we do this, we have those regular interactions. We try to sit and discuss with them, saying to in order to break this large problem into minor problems. So understanding where the problem is actually coming from. We have in India, SUD life is mainly dependent on the banca channel. We have two major banks in India through which our sales are driven. One is UBI and one is Buoi. So we try to identify if there is any banca specific problem that is there. So we try to do those descriptive analytics banca wise, region wise, and then we also try to see it from a customer and agent point of view as well. Is the persistency problem persistent to any particular region, any particular agency channel, or customer profiles belonging to a specific geography or a region that is there? So we try to classify all these things and try to have a detailed analysis in place to showcase it back to the business. So now we are done with descriptive analytics. We are now again interacting with business people. So it is not that we'll jump into and the next step. The next step or the basic step that we have to do is go back to the business, saying that this is what we have identified as the descriptives and these are the insights that we have generated out of it. So do you think these insights are relevant, or do you think these customer profiles that we are saying are disciplined or have a higher risk of lapsation? Are you in alignment with these analysis? So
probably what will happen is during these discussions, it will very candidly come out that there is a business layer which is also responsible for certain work in which the actuaries team or the data team has to also go into some more detailed descriptive analysis. For example, the business team says, or they know that there are certain products which are being sold, and these are the products for which the lapsation is more. Probably, as a data team or actuaries team, we may want to look at the data and get back to the business team saying that while this is a hunch from your end that the product is not performing correctly, or for this specific product the renewals are not happening, this is a misnomer. There is a 60-40% product split for which there are lapsations happening for a given set of customers or a given profile of customers. So all of these descriptive analysis have to be done beforehand, before you actually jump onto the statistical model creation. And this activity with the business team would help everyone understand which are the specific variables that have to be taken into consideration when we want to look at the problem statement of renewals. Because from a data and actuaries team perspective, we know that example it is, we know what are the things that we are looking at. It will be product, it will be tenure, policy term, policy tenures, product categories, coverages that are being sold to the customers. There will be some angle of customer cohorts that also comes in, which means now we will want to expand our thought in terms of saying whether it is product scoring, whether it is customer kind of a scoring, whether it is a time related scoring, whether it is with respect to the sales people who are selling those policies. Is there a specific angle attached to the persistency risk because of the sales side of behavior that is coming into place? Or is it more towards a balanced approach of example, weightages that are to be given for product, for sales, for customer, or the way in which customer service is happening. Probably what everyone also wants to look at is when it is a life insurance business, obviously it is a long-term business or a relationship that we are having with the customers, which means we would want to look at more and more details of the customer during the customer life cycle as well. Because life insurance companies typically mean that we will be discussing with the customer about his health at the onboarding stage. And after that, during the persistency periods that we are discussing with the customer, we might not get a lot of health details of that customer. What we should also try to do is probably some loyalty programs that we have, which means, example, we try to look at certain apps which are brought in, which understand the customer health in real time or possibly in due course of time. And we do rewards and recognition programs for the customers so that they are maintaining a good health all for themselves, which eventually then helps us, the life insurance companies, to know the health of customers and understand whether it is a good customer or a bad customer. So usually we try to also keep a track record for customer, which we will be which will be going into detail when we come into customer segmentation, so that the track record helps in terms of knowing whether it is a good track record or a poor track record. And we try to use this for our customer profiling as we go ahead.
Yeah. So when we are having those discussions with the business team, and then we have shown them these are the descriptives, product wise, customer wise, region wise, banker wise, we have those descriptives shared with them, and then they're also saying, yeah, maybe based on our experience, this is what we are saying. Out of 10 points, maybe they would confirm us 7 or 8 points, and then on the 9th or 10th point, it can be a new point to them, saying that yeah, this is maybe a new thing that I'm looking at, and maybe we can have a detailed analysis going on those 10 and 11 points. So once that is done, there is a certain set of insights that are being generated. So in our case, what we have identified is there are two modes of payments in mainly in SUD life. One is a cash mode, wherein which the customer would pay the premium in either cash or through a check that they will give it to the sales officer or pay at the bank. And there is a auto debit mode in which these transactions happen on a fixed date. Maybe on the 5th of every month or 10th of every month, the customer enables this option, saying that my premium would be auto debited from the bank account directly without any interaction that he has to go specifically to a bank or then pay those premiums. So there is a debit option that is being in place, and customers who generally enroll for this auto debit option see a higher persistency and they don't lapse. So this is what we have identified, and then the insight is here is to push for this option to the customer, saying that the more the number of enrollments on this particular option, the better it would be in order to improve our persistency figures as well. So this is one insight that we have came up with.
So do we have anything like this here?
We have also the big game, but not much, I would say. We try to put more, but very low percent.
Okay, because once that kind of a auto debit is being pushed, I think the persistency also becomes better, because that auto debit is being set, and then typically the customer you would not want to keep on calling the customer and say please pay for that. Such campaigns. So what happens is, when such outputs or descriptive analysis is being given to the customer, there would be certain campaigns that have to be driven from the business or the renewal team. That these campaigns, for example, one campaign that we had pushed is auto debit being mandated at the onboarding stage, which means when we are actually selling the policies, we would mandate for an auto debit for the customer. Now, for us, it becomes a bit easier to some extent because we majorly are a banker. Auto debit can happen there, but many a times what would happen is when it is coming to payments being made from a direct channel, which means the customer is coming from a buy online portal or from a digital side of things, be it the way in which the customer is landing onto a payment gateway. We would also want to set a standing instruction there, which is example the debit of only 1 rupee or a very minimal amount happens, to understand whether the bank account through which it is going to pay again is a valid bank account or not, because the customer would also be giving that valid bank account to during the onboarding stage, and that valid bank account is the one through which you would be getting payments as we go ahead. So this is one of the way, and obviously the business team will also want to create campaigns so that auto debit or e-NACH kind of a thing happens at the very beginning. Um, what will also happen during these descriptive analysis discussions is at least the variables that have been identified by the data team will also get expanded. For example, the data team has identified variables, say 10. These 10 variables are the ones which have been identified on the basis of the knowledge that everyone has within the organization. Some kind of knowledge in terms of way in which the policy onboarding is happening. Maybe some more data points from that. Do we have like what is the way in which policies get onboarded in during the sales? Like, have we all the data points of that onboarding system taken into consideration while creating that model?
So I get the question like
Which are the which are the data points which are captured at the onboarding stage of the customer? Have these been taken into consideration for a descriptive analysis to understand behaviors of customer or patterns of sales that has happened?
so kind of time you think that onboarding.
First time customers have interaction with
Correct. Yes. The first time.
that you issue.
The proposal form that we are filling, modes in which the proposal form is being filled, and how is that data being flowing into the policy admin system
Before issue, right?
before issue. Before
we
issue.
have such kind of proposal. Yeah, we store such kind of proposal.
Okay, so what we had found out was one is data which is captured within the proposal form is the one that we are using for modeling activities. Right. We should also identify how is that proposal form being filled by the customer. Is it a difficult way in which the customer has to fill that proposal form, or can we make it easier? Because if it becomes difficult for the customer to fill that proposal form, there are chances in which the customer will say that I would want to go for a product or kind of premium that is being looked at by the customer. He would want to just because it is a push product. Life insurance is usually a push kind of a sale. Customer might just want to do a tick 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 and go ahead, which means that the proposal form, if it is not filled by the customer, knowing that what he is filling in, if that is a gap, then probably it leads to grievance in the later on stages. Is there a mechanism in which the proposal form which is being filled is also being sent to the customer again for his verification?
We do have that in the system, but it depends on whether it doesn't utilize that or not. So in terms of like utilizing the proposal, we have applications that introduce to customer and so that they can fill in form. But at the same time, so we haven't had a system that tracks the customer journey from potential customer to, so and that's why we're working on the CDP project. So I believe that's a part of the journey that collects the information, whether what kind of form that the customer would prefer.
Sure. So what we have within our India ecosystem is the applications which are being filled are through a digital medium, which the salesperson usually helps in terms of filling for the customer. The debit happens at the onboarding stage from the banker side, wherein information is being detailed out to the customer. Debit happens. Sales guy fills in the form for the customer, and then there is a CDF, which is a customer declaration form, which is again being sent back to the customer, saying that these are the data points that have been captured against what you had asked for, taking a confirmation from the customer saying that yes, this is in line with what he was expecting, and then going ahead with the policy issuance, which typically then reduces possibilities of issues that come up when you are actually calling him at example an year, or after a month, or after 6 months, so that the information that is being captured is in line with the customer intent that was while selling the policy. Do we also have customer grievances because of mis-selling that happens here? Um, we want to understand the aspects of mis-selling, which means that the customer was not intending to buy the policy, but was sold by the agent or the SPOC, which possibly comes out after some time. And when you are in discussion with that customer, it becomes obvious that the customer did not actually want to buy that policy, which was a forced sell for that customer, and hence he would want to lapse the policy and not continue with it.
Dạ là Thảo muốn hỏi về cái rating phân là đặt hàng mua hay không?
We have we have a lot of calling building policy terms, so that the first calling we call customer when they submit application, we call thank you call, and
Okay,
when calling thank you call, we detect the SC mis-selling. If the customer said that they have no need to buy a policy, insurance policy, and due to FC violation, and we will we will explain to customer to continue the policy. If they don't want to continue the policy, we cancel the application or cancel booking to look. Yeah, and after that, we have a calling to remind customer to pay premium due.
Okay.
Yeah, and when we talk with the customer and they talk back, they don't have a need to buy a policy.
Okay.
And they don't want to pay more.
Okay.
That's actually the violation on mis-selling.
Okay.
Yeah. And during the policy term, we have many contact points to contact with customer to remind them to pay premium, or to remind them or to persuade them to reinstate a policy, a life policy.
So you are saying that contactability of the customer, when you are calling the customer, it is you may not be able to reach that customer. That is also a problem. When you have called the customer, the phone number that has been given by the customer is a correct phone number or not?
About around 50%, 55 or 60% of customer we can contact them.
Okay. And rest you may not be able to contact. Okay. And hence probably the renewal, the lapsation would continue, because you are not able to contact the customer, and the customer might also not remember that he has to pay the premium. how will for example, we are saying that 45% of the customers you are unable to contact them. 55% of the people you are able to contact, and 45% you are not able to contact. What is the kind of behavior that we see for these 45? Will these always be major chunk of this will always lapse?
Yeah, we still got even they cannot contact by phone, right? But they still pay
They
the
still pay the
yeah,
bill.
some percentage, maybe a half or
No.
30%.
For 55% of contact policy, we can contact them about for 40 around 42%, 42% of them
Pay the
to
bill.
pay the bill.
Oh, okay.
And for 45% of customer we cannot contact them. Around 24% of them to pay bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which means
So
we
the
have
the
more than
difference between a pool of customer we can contact them compare with a pool of customer we can't contact them.
Correct.
Yeah, the difference is 17%.
Okay. Okay. So I think that percentage, if we possibly improve the contactability, that can be one of the way in which we also tackle the lapsation problem. Because once you are able to contact the customer, so what will happen? There are two ways in which you do it. Once you are able to contact the customer, then pushing the customer to continue with the policy becomes easier. So at the onboarding stage itself, what you should probably do is identify a way in which you have those phone numbers being verified. When the policy is being sold, the phone number verification process will also help you to understand whether you can contact the customer after a given point in time. Which means the welcome call that you are making to the customer is your start point to improve your persistency later on.
Yeah, but I think that we talk about here like in for customer, right? Not the new customer. I mean that in the among the guys can conduct there are a lot of guys we sell 10 years or 20 years ago, right?
Okay.
Far, right?
Okay.
But for the new customer, how many percent we can get the phone rate higher than 50?
So
For
you-
the new customer, contactable percentage is around 70%.
Okay. Okay. So which means still there will be a 30% gap
Yeah.
that would be there. So maybe we can divide this into two categories. The problem statement can be divided into two categories. One is for a new set of customers, wherein the 30% bracket is being looked at for improving contactability. And second is for the old set of customers. And this we are talking about banker customers from the bank. Customers from bank, or it will be across
Yeah, we talk about
every. So which means agency as well and banker as well, both agency, banker, broker.
Yeah.
So can we also try to look at certain campaigns for improving contactability, which means that, for example, there will be some birthday kind of SMSs that wishing happy birthday to the customer, or explaining them about certain more policies that are coming up now, which means new products which have come up for Lychee Vietnam. If that is being explained to the customer, and this is just a way in which you are trying to do an out call to the customer or trying to understand if the contactability is there in place or not. You explain some more products that are coming in and try and see whether the customer here is contactable, and then you talk about the renewal part to the customer also. This will improve the contactability to some extent, and it will. So the problem statement that we are also trying to understand, if at all the person is not happy with the existing product, this gives us an opportunity to do a cross sell as well, which means the person was not happy with some product. We do not push him to renew, because then he is not a happy customer. He will not renew with us. You can give him another product which is more so, which is aligned to his needs at that point in time. Such strategies will also help you in terms of having that customer with the organization, and he will not lapse in near future. Plus, the contactability is also being maintained for that customer.
And one more thing, for those 70% of the customers where the contactability is achieved, when we are placing that welcome call, are we capturing those data points, whether he or she is happy, okay with that product, or they have some problem with the product? Are there any data points that we are capturing and that can be further used in the model? Are there any data points that are getting captured there?
I think an FC can do that. FC can contact the customer or come to meet customer and to update their telephone number.
That can be done.
Or explain to them to pick up a phone call from Nigeria, Vietnam, so we can contact them. So from CS team, we send an uncontactability list of policy to sales team, and they have to assign an FC to meet the customer and to update the phone number. And now we start to do that.
Sure.
From for partnership channel.
So possibly this loop or this data point that ma'am is explaining right now, if these data points during the welcome call are being captured in some system, and we use it in our model building activity to give a tag, this becomes one of the variables that can add some value to the model also.
Yeah, I will say that we have such kind of data for the welcome call and or something like that. We have such kind of data, but I have never looked into that data. But in the past, we call maybe just some percentage, like 30% or something for the welcome call, not the 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
I think the content in that we just ask some simple question like, do you like or not, or you understand something like that. Yeah, I think we have such kind of data. But I'm not sure that how it's structured.
Okay. Possibly that kind of structure can also become detailed structure, wherein those data points can be captured there. Example, 3 or 4 questions or more questions there. And those questions are aligned to understanding whether the customer is satisfied with the product, the customer wants to continue with that product. Because the need-based analysis, because while we sell insurance policies at the onboarding stage, we would be doing a need-based analysis of that customer and hence recommending certain product to that customer. Such need-based analysis can also be done as a part of welcome call, because now that welcome call helps the HO team to understand whether the sales has been made correctly or not, because sales team has made the sale and they also would be having certain targets to meet that sale. Whether it is a forced sale or not, that gets consolidated at the HO level to understand whether going forward the persistency is going to happen or not. And it will not be limited to persistency, it will also open up a lot of horizons for making the quality of customer interactions better for the future purposes.
So what just my understanding, like what action you take if you after you do something like you detect that is not a good customer or something, in your case you just reject that or
no? So what we do is I think Jagdish mentioned that while he was explaining, at the time when the onboarding is also happening, we try to give a on-som model output which has 4 categories. One is the risk category of fraud that is happening. Second is a category of persistency, which is lapsation probability. Third is the mortality risk that we have. And fourth is the grievance part of it. The grievance part is identified on the basis of bigger data that we have in our data warehouse. This data is being created because there are these are 4 different models that we have created in the backend. Output of those models, because of how the customer's profiling is there, is being overlaid at the onboarding stage itself, and we give those flags. And when the welcome calling is being done, these flags are taken into consideration at the time and they are tagged that way. One of the important aspect that our ops team has also asked us is the renewal persistency data point to be given at the onboarding stage, so that when the customers are being out called at the welcome stage, uh, the discussion that has happened with the customer is also saved that way, so that this can be used for further analysis. And what happens is it is a caution flag for the people to whether we should be rejecting or continuing with that policy. Rejections would happen definitely on that, but it is an informed call, because obviously rejections cannot happen only on the basis of a judgmental call that has been taken, because then this has to be discussed with the sales team, that we see that this is a spurious customer. We see that this is a customer who will be negatively impacting us in the future. And hence, decision has to be a collective decision that has to be taken.
So after we have a score, right, we're sharing that is the calling thing or sell thing or
Yes, we will be giving that score back to the sales team.
sell thing and
The calling team.
calling thing and the sell
specifically.
thing.
Sales team might not be given that score directly, but the output of that calling is being then discussed with sales team by the operations team, because the policy servicing team will do the calling. Policy servicing team takes the score and then does the decision making at the time when he is calling that customer. If it is a red flag, it is tagged as a red flag.
So what we do is when we identify certain risk with a customer, we float it out to the welcome team, and welcome team focuses on that particular risk and try to put more questions on the same risk and try to understand if that model output is being is in line or is matching with what the customer is saying. And if they find anything spurious there, they will be asking next set of documents from the customer. So they will have one more layer of scrutiny added, saying that you have to submit maybe as a financial stability indicator, you have to submit one tax return that you have filed last year or before that. They will ask those extra set of documents, and if the customer fails to submit those documents, then the rejection or maybe selling one more product in place of that would, then that call would be made by the ops team.
So you are right in saying whether these data points go back, these data points have to go back to the customer servicing team, so that a proper call has to be taken on top of it.
Yeah. So going with the descriptive analytics, then the business is also saying that yeah, these are the identified problems that we have seen, and after that, there would be some challenges wherein which if we have to push for a mandate at the stage of onboarding itself, we have to do some campaigns, or we have to identify what set of customers to push for that particular e-Nash. So there is a resource constraint in terms of number of people available doing that activity, number of callers that we have at our end, and there is a cost angle that we have to optimize as well. So combining these descriptive analytics and then the resource constraints that we have, we need to then have one classification kind of a solution that has to be there, which would then help us identify which customers to focus our efforts on and then which customers not to focus, because they would already be in a position that they would be paying those premiums on time itself. So then the requirement for that persistency model came into picture. And here, why I'm saying this is in India, the insurance policy gets sold mostly during the months of Jan, Feb, and March, which is the last quarter in a financial year in our country. And then the first quarter of a financial year, which is April, May, and June, generally the sale of insurance would be on the lower side. So here, April, May, the business would still have those resources in place where they can call or target every customer that are there in hand. But maybe in the months of December, Jan, February, March, they would they won't be in a position to handle such volumes of customers. So this is where we have also identified that maybe in March or April or May, we can have those small pilots that can be done, wherein which maybe even if the model is saying something inaccurately, the business can still go and call those customers and get those renewals back. So this is a cushion that we had when we are deploying with our business teams. So in April and May, we have those small pilots in place, wherein which we will say that these are the cohorts that we will be having one strategy in place. These are the cohorts where you will not do anything. We will just keep it as a control group, saying that business as usual is continuing over there. And there is this test group in which you have certain strategy in place. Maybe you are placing 5 calls to the customer. Maybe you are giving 2 messages in advance on T minus 15 and T minus 30, saying that this is a reminder message that we are sharing with you. Kindly pay your premium on so and so date. So this is one campaign that we have done in the months of April and May, where the volumes of the customers for renewal are low. So it becomes a question for us, saying that even if the renewal doesn't come within those 15 days or 20 days, the business team can still go and call those customers and get those remaining payments that are left out for renewal.
So is there a seasonality that is there for Daiichi Vietnam in terms of sales? Are there any months where high sales happen and some months where low sales happen because of the target versus achievement seasonality, or possibly how it happens in India geography is many a times since life insurance is a push product and it is also a tax saving instrument. Whenever the returns have to be filed, that is the time when a lot of insurance products will also get sold. And that is the time when you know that there is a lot of target being also given to the sales team, which means there will definitely be some kind of missell that will happen. There will be forced sale that would happen. And during that time, we would know that, example, a 15% business will eventually go away in, say, next 6 months. Such kind of seasonality would also be, I think, with every life insurance company, you will have such seasonality. So which means we will also want to identify what is the probability or what is the amount of business that would anyways go up, because this is not in our hand, or probably identify some strategies to hold on to this business. And the way in which this is being done from our end is from a cross sell kind of a thing or an upsell kind of a thing. While it will be done to maximum extent, but we may be able to hold some part of that business with us. So
yeah, and here we also have a seasonal selling, right? Normally in the quarter end of December, in the very high volume, and we also know that there are a lot of pet policy in that block. But normally, no one can tell how many percent of which policy, pet policy, no one can do that.
okay, some ways in which we try to identify this is the leakage that happens, and we have certain ways in which the analytics team has also identified pockets of leakages that will definitely happen during that time, and how do you curtail those leakages, which means we send out those because if it is a leakage that is happening, we send out proactive information to the people. While this had a very small at India side, it was a very small chunk. So for example, post issuance leakage, which is surrender kind of work that happens when the customer is actually not wanting to continue with that policy, there will be a surrender request that the customer sends to us. And there are certain ways in which we had also created a surrender model to identify how many people will be surrendering. And that model we had also shared with the business team to understand what will be how to handle these customers. And these are then again the judgmental calls that the business team has to take. Obviously, you cannot go to a customer and say, we know that you will surrender. That kind of discussions may not happen ever. So which means it is more of a loyalty discussion that we would be wanting to have with that customer. If we have given a propensity model which says that the customer is probable to surrender his policy. What we will do as a proactive measure is try to call that customer and say, there are more products that we have, a plethora of products. Would you be wanting to opt for any other product? A cross-sell kind of a call, or possibly a way in which you try to explain the policy benefits again, because the customer, maybe he has bought that policy some 10 years ago. So policy benefits can be explained again and can be told that this is the amount of money that you have collected. Risk for you is covered for the next set of say 10 years, or and this policy is very helpful for you. If such kind of discussion also happen, probably you would reduce the chunk of surrenders that would happen, which is the post-issuance cycle. From a pre-issuance perspective, obviously a welcome call is in place. If there are certain signs wherein these customers are spurious kind of customers, those can be identified, and those signs can be handled through cross-sell, upsell, explaining product features, and making them understand that these policies that they have bought from Dicey Life would be very helpful for them in the near future or maybe distant future.
For surrender, mình không biết surrender reservation là gì.
Surrender reservation ở ngoài.
Ngoài mình nó làm cho nó nói xác định hợp đồng họ sẽ surrender, khả năng cao surrender thì
Now we have a surrender conservation SCS counter. CS counter. When customer bring a policy kit to CS counter and they want to surrender the policy, our CS staff will explain to them and persuade them to keep the policy, and or we can introduce them some option instead of surrender. For example, policy loan or policy withdrawal instead of surrender. Now we have a program.
Okay. So with in the India region also we have certain ways. The branch servicing team, because we have a set of almost like 140 branches across SUD Life, and these 140 plus branches, these branches are then being given those certain set of ways in which the customer can be tapped and retained. Because surrender, when they come with a surrender request, the branch team is being given a responsibility that you would want to reduce the surrender. And when that responsibility is given, there are certain targets which are also given to those people, which is the branch ops guys. And branch operations people would help in reducing the surrender to some extent possible. But since the way in which it happens is, if the number of people to handle these requests are more, obviously a model output may not be needed at that point in time. Model output will be needed when you know that the volume is very high and the number of people to handle these cases are also low. That is the time when model outputs will give you a better result in terms of how you want to look at these customers. Because now you are trying to do a cost benefit analysis. The cost benefit analysis is in terms of number of people to handle those many customers. If those are low number of people and customers are high, whether you will be able to handle those customers or not is the question that you will want to answer. And accordingly, the model outputs will also get overlaid for giving how much time to that customer, a cost benefit analysis that comes out here. I think those aspects will also have to be taken care of.
So just emphasizing on the surrender part, what we do as an analysis is when a surrender request comes, so we try to ask the customer like what is the reason behind your surrender, or why are you trying to surrender your product. So they in majority of the cases they say that there is a financial need at their end and they would like to have certain amount of policy benefit being utilized in their routine life. So there is a financial need that is coming in at that particular juncture for the customer. So that is where they are trying to surrender those products is what we see as the main reason. So what we do is identify the income level of that particular customer, and then what is the premium amount that he or she is paying, and then try to have a ratio between the income to premium paying capacity. So then we use this financial indicator saying that if the customer has a certain ratio of premium paying capacity to his income level compared, then we can use this as a parameter in our lapsation model. So maybe the premium that the customer is paying is maybe only 5% of his annual income, then he or she would be in a better position to honor those premiums every year regularly. Otherwise, if the premium amount that the customer is paying is maybe 25% or 30% of his or her annual income, then he or she would be in a difficult position to honor those renewals. So we have those indicators as well flagged into our lapsation model, saying that this is the financial stability indicator that we are using, and then we compare those across.
That is just a few things. Not people go to the surrender policy. We can collect such data. I mean, that's not a hard.
Yeah, so the volumes of these surrenders would not be on the higher side, but the point I'm saying is you cannot directly use those surrender data points in your persistency model. What you take away from that particular problem is from surrender is if the income levels of the customers is maybe more than a certain amount, maybe greater than 5 lakh INR or maybe greater than 10 lakh INR, the chances of him or her surrendering the policy is on the lower side. So can we not use this indicator in our model? So I will be using then an indicator, one more column, saying that the income is greater than 10 lakhs. Yes, no. So I will then use that particular column as an input for my persistency model, which would then give me some analysis.
So is the data quality also being verified or is known when we talk about customer cohorts? Because I think we can go to the next slide. Do we have a quality data of customer details? For example, occupation, income. Is it a quality data? Because these are indicators through which we can also say that whether the customer has the potential or the power to actually pay a renewal premium or not. Whether he will be interested in paying is one part, but second is whether he is financially stable for paying those renewal premiums or not. Do we have these details with us? Or in India, what happens is there are credit bureaus to which we are doing those tie-ups, and these credit bureaus will also help us know certain details which are financial indicators of the customer. These credit bureaus give us details about what kind of data points do we have for the customer in terms of probable income segment, probable actual loans that the customer is having, and by loans we mean secured and unsecured loans, which means what is the credit card spends that the customer is having, what are the last 3 or 4 transactions which the customer did, what kind of details of other policies or other kind of financial burden that the customer has. If such details are also being made available to us, possibly the model outputs will also become better. Do we have anything like this?
So in terms of data quality, so what you have said, the loan information that is not available from the bank, because that's like financial information. The same goes for the income information. We have like the ratio income, but that's not very
correctness is
yeah. That's not very correct and accurate. At the same time, the occupation is like we have a range, like we have like 3 texts, and we also have groups. But at the same time, it's very hard to classify them into like 10 or 12, 20 groups. So we only use like the occupation level, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like the hazard list of the occupation. Apart from that, I think like the other information you have shown in this table, I think we have them. We try to incorporate them into the model. But at the same time, it's not very that like, it's not that helpful in terms of the model accuracy. So I'm not sure like which variable like, you would like, recommend other than those variables.
So for such kind of things, what we also do is whenever we know that there is a probability of lapsation which is high, we would also, in some cases, during a cross sell or during an upsell or during the way in which we are qualifying a lead, when a probable upsell has to be done on the basis of data which is present within the organization. So which means we have a data of within the SUD gamut, we have a data of 1.5 crore customer, including group and retail. This data will be used for some kind of upsell and cross-sell within our organization. Possibly what will happen is, if we want to identify certain data points about this, we usually do a credit score analysis from a third party. If we know the same thing can be used here in the lapsation model, possibly, if we know that there is a large risk in terms of a bigger chunk of people going away, we will also try to understand their credit scores. If a third party credit bureau details are being made available, then these data quality of these fields will also increase, and probably it will also let you know whether the customers are the right set of customers for Daiichi Vietnam. Have we explored that kind of third party data till now?
For credit scoring, in Vietnam, that is not so popular. Except the bank, they have their own data for credit scoring, but outside the bank, I don't think we have a separate third party to do this one.
Okay. And if there are people who would want to take loan from the bank, how does that happen?
I would say that currently we even cannot identify which customer is the loan, which customer is the deposit. We cannot. But from now on, there is some change in regulation, and they force us to identify which policy is the loan customer, which policy is not. It means that from now we can identify that.
But that's the bank responsibility, not National Vietnam.
Yeah, but we can know that.
Our partners will take responsibility to confirm that that customer have a loan bank loan or not. Yeah.
Okay.
But National Vietnam,
We don't identify.
we don't qualify.
Yeah, but we can know that. We can know that because they submit some forms to us, right?
Yeah.
We can collect it.
We only request them to request customer and bank partner to submit a form to commit that this customer don't have a loan, bank loan within 60 days before the loan date and 60 days after.
Okay.
Because of our new regulation.
Okay. And these data points are then captured in the system?
But then we can see 1 year later.
Yeah, possibly, yes, that's right. Results of that will be
Maybe
Chỗ này chị thấy cái chỗ mà customer interaction story cũng là một cái mà tụi em có thể phân tích được. Data có nhiều lắm. Ví dụ như là customer interaction story nó từ khách hàng có thể contact với mình qua phone, qua Daiichi Connect, qua website, qua chatbot, qua rất là nhiều cái touch point. Thực ra là nếu mà cái chỗ nào trong mấy cái này thì ngoài cái because I want to say that all of the point that we can analyze customer profile, customer lifestyle, customer interaction story. Besides that, payment detail or product detail, I think that customer interaction history is our big data. We have a lot of
Okay.
data of customer interaction history. Customer
Yes.
interact with us by many touch points. For example, by calling, by or through Digi Connect app or website, our
Yes.
website or chatbot. We have a chatbot.
Okay.
Yeah. So with a big data, and you can analyze big data.
Yes. So
Persistency.
what can probably come out of those interactions that are happening from the customer side is we can have one persona of customer built around them. So maybe a customer who is frequently interacting over a portal or chatbot kind of a facility, he or she might be tagged as a tech-savvy customer who would then be pinpointedly targeted by a WhatsApp or SMS communication. They would be more interested maybe through those calling strategies. Through those approaches. Maybe a customer who is proactively communicating to Daiichi Life Vietnam through a calling kind of an activity, maybe they can be approached similarly by a call on the same number. So those kind of personas can also be built so that strategy around those customers would also be put in the same way.
We can also analyze how many people are actually coming onto the chatbot or website, of which how many people are then lapsing. So this kind of a correlation, which means when he is chatting with us, we might also want to, with the probability of that model, we would also want to improve the kind of discussion that is being done with that customer, so that it is, we know as a prior indicator that this customer will lapse or it is a high probability of lapsation, and hence we improve the customer communication then and there itself, so that we arrest that lapsation at the time of website discussion, chatbot discussions, or we do a proactive communication. Is WhatsApp a channel used for business communication here in Vietnam?
No, WhatsApp, no.
No.
Vietnam, we don't use WhatsApp.
Zalo.
WhatsApp, we have it. We communication, push communication. Push communication.
Push communication.
Yeah, not pull.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what are the channels of push communication? One is call. Second is message.
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 By Zalo, yeah.
And-
message.
Local application, not WhatsApp. It's a
Similar.
WhatsApp.
Okay, it is a local application. What is that? Cool.
Zalo.
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 Okay. And does it have any business API with it?
Some ideas to answer this one.
API,
API.
Zalo.
Yeah, we have it. We have API and connections.
With Zalo.
Zalo, SMS, or email.
Okay.
We have two channels.
Okay.
We also have some sort of customized SOB sell online platform.
Okay.
Yeah, and health and well-being platform. We also have the sort of the customer.
Okay. And which is the most preferred medium by the customer for communication?
Or Zalo.
Email or Zalo? Okay.
We also
SMS.
we are the implementing the CDB platform.
Okay.
Yes, so we can get a customer information from many channels.
Okay.
Into one channel.
Okay.
We call it the customer data platform. So we already POC with some bank.
Okay.
One of the experience.
But just a question here. The data points that prior to CDP comes in, do we capture these data points of customer interactions and analyze it?
So yeah. So currently, like he has mentioned, health wellbeing, SOP. We have recently pushed those platforms, so the data point we can capture them, but it's still very early. So like
Okay.
not many customers. But at the same time, we try to analyze. So for example, for the chatbot, recently we analyzed those who have come to the chatbot and interacted with the chatbot. And I think the persistency from them is also pretty high, like the premium payment rate.
Okay.
It's also pretty high. So it's a good sign, but at the same time, it will take a time, like a year at least, for us to see whether this will improve the persistency.
So, which is a good starting point when we know that some channel is actually working for having a direct correlation with the persistency, which means that possibly if more number of people are being asked to come on that channel for some or the other purpose, which means for customer loyalty that we are trying to push or try to give certain and these are campaigns that we will possibly want to do. For example, if there are uh, uh, say within the loyalty ecosystem, if there are certain ways in which customer would want to avail certain loyalty benefits that we are giving to the customer, probably then asking the customer to come on that chatbot and avail that loyalty benefit is one good approach to reduce the persistency issues. And do we have any such loyalty programs when customers are being attached or hooked onto?
We have a loyalty program, but not stick to the using a chatbot, but some other purpose like birthday or something like pay bills, we pay some score for them. But for the chatbot, not yet. Not yet.
But our plan in 2024, we have used the loyalty point to react campaign for persistency, for example, to have a campaign for customer to reinstate, their policy, and we reward them a loyalty point, for example. But that's a campaign. First, we can use a loyalty point to make a campaign for customer to pay premium due or to reinstate the policy. Yeah. Our from OP side, operation side, we have a plan for 2024.
Okay. Okay.
But just a short campaign.
Yeah, I think the issue we don't have some data, right? But how do we identify which action, which data is more impact to the persistency? We are not yet to come to that level. Now we try to study, try to do a lot of analyze, but not yet confirmed. For example, either chatbot, either 100% or 90% impact to the persistency, we not yet come to that level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Difficult
probably
to propose anything for.
But do we have any tool for analyzing all the database, and we conclude that what room we can improve for persistency?
Yeah, we try to do that, but now we just do some separate like chatbot, like I can make my life some area, not connection.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because like for those platforms that I've mentioned, they are pretty new. So it's mainly just like exploration, and like we're just like I'm trying to see whether the persistency will improve. But it's a very small sample size. But for the model that we have been developing, they are like the 2-year data, 2-year of data, and we like for that model, the number of variables are not that like not as good as the current platform. You know what I mean. For example, like as I mentioned, like the income is not available, loan is not available, those interactions with customer is also not that available. We do have some data that is related to the agent, which is also good, but at the same time, the accuracy may not be as good as the current data. So if we take advantage of the current data, it might take like a year for us to to see the result.
So what we can do here is maybe since the data set that is still initial phase, you would need some time to maybe grow up on the data. We can have certain characteristics derived out of those sample data points. For example, there are maybe 2,000, 3,000 data points that are there initially for you. You can maybe pick some characteristics out of that. Maybe you can say people who are coming onto the chat platform are maybe from a certain area or town. saying that maybe people from these locations would have a certain tendency or certain characteristics which can help or grow in those persistency figures. So that characteristics of the customers can be used in our persistency model, though directly not using the data itself. And one more thing, you were saying income levels were not that great or not that captured in the system. So is it like that value is not getting captured, or there is a certain percentage of missing value that is there?
So this is both. So like missing data at the same time, quality is not that.
Okay. So what I would suggest is maybe a cross-tab kind of an analysis, wherein which you would have an occupation and education map of those customers, and then maybe 75th percentile of those customers as average income can then be mapped, or you can use that as a surrogate information if those columns are available. I think that can be a good fit if you are having or any challenges in terms of plotting those income levels. You can maybe take a surrogate of that.
Right. The surrogate approach usually works because when we do that cross tab or when we try to understand if for a given occupation the income level that is being mentioned is absolutely skewed, because we will know a given occupation will fetch salaries from X bracket to Y bracket. For example, a given occupation will have salaries from 10K to 20K or 50K. We know this is the bracket. And if the data quality says for a given occupation, it is absolutely skewed, which means you just ignore that part and probably use a surrogate of 10K to 50K as an input for that. Because you know for a given occupation, this is what it is. But when we know that occupation is also an issue and income is also an issue, then such things cannot be done. But obviously trying to keep certain correlations with that data and see that if that surrogate is actually matching with it, that helps in terms of making the quality of data better just from a surrogate perspective.
And also what we see in India is we have a similar issue there itself, there also, in which majority of the people would be who are doing maybe agriculture as the main profession would mention agriculture as an occupation. So in that, even in agriculture, there are multiple classes that are there. So we would then map this occupation of agriculture against the renewal due date of the customer, saying that if the due date of the customer falls in the harvest months, for example, he's a farmer or she is a farmer, and the renewal due date of those customers falls in a harvest month, and then maybe 1 2 months here and there, the probability of those customers paying the premium becomes higher. And if it is not in a harvest month, then the probability again is seen on the lower side. So these kind of correlations or mapping can be done so as to arrive at that surrogate information. We may not have all the data points which are available all the time.
This information which Jagdish is mentioning, the data team will never have, because we also did not have this information when we started out creating that model. This information came into being when we started discussing with our sales team, when we started discussing with our business team. We got to know that specific people, because these will be the ones who will be interacting with the renewal team, and they will say in the dispositions that are being mentioned in the calls that presently I may not be able to pay because harvest will happen in the month of example October. That is the time when I will get that money and hence I will pay. And these are typical statements that will then go and sit into the model, saying that even if you push this customer hard, he will not pay in this bracket, but he will come and pay into next 3 months. So that is where you would want to also possibly ease out his issues there.
Adding to just what I said, we also have to analyze the renewal due dates as a column itself. For example, if the renewal due date falls in the first 5 days of the month, or whether it is in between a month, or it is falling in the last 4 days of the month. So what kind of renewal due dates, what kind of persistency is observed across these renewal due dates? So if it is falling in first 4 days or the last 2 to 3 days, we have observed that the probability of those customers paying the premium was higher, because salary gets credited maybe on the last working day or the first 2 days in India generally. So those due dates which are within those 5 days, the percentage of persistency or the number of cases that are getting renewed is on the higher side. So when we are having those renewal due dates also decided, we discuss with operations team and try to have those risk commencement dates modified so that the renewal due date falls within the first 7 days of the month itself. So that whenever a customer has an income at his disposition, he would be able in a position to pay those premiums as well. So this is also one campaign or one strategy which can be deployed or which can be used in order to improve the persistency figures.
So it means that the timing they had a Monday, right? Earlier one and a month, right? Correct. It means that yeah, we contact them at the time they have Monday, earlier one month, later one. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm saying if the renewal due date falls within the first 7 days of the month, so the chances of customer paying the premium also becomes higher because the salary gets credited within the first 7 days. In India, most probably the last working day of the month, like 31st or 30 of a previous month, or 1-2 of the first of the month itself.
Yeah, that is a general on the people or just specific for
It is for salaried occupation. Yeah. So for salaried occupation, customers who mention salaried as their occupation, the chances of them renewing the premium becomes higher when the due date is within those first 7 days of a month. So that is one thing we have observed and try to push our RCD dates into those periods. So that is also one strategy which helped us in improving the position. As I was pointing, when we are discussing with business teams, we would get more to know about the customers, what variables can be derived of the existing information that is already there. So customer profiles, it would be mostly gender, age, what kind of regions they come from, urban, rural, metro, all those things. And then customer lifestyle, like we also try to capture whether he or she is a smoker or not, whether they are alcoholic or not. All those things would also be get captured and then they would be plotted against the persistency figures. Then comes customer interaction histories, which channel of communication are they preferring? Would it be a call or would it be an SMS? Would it be in a WhatsApp communication that they are preferring? Or they are going directly to the bank and resolving their issues? All these interactions that are happening at the field level, at the communication platforms are captured and then plugged back into the model. So this becomes an important variable as well. And then all the sales related information, the branch hierarchy, what is the agent level persistency that is being observed. For example, a sales officer, he is achieving his targets, he is achieving 120% of his or her target, but the persistency figure of that particular agent is lower than 75%. So there is a high chance that these agents are pushing products to the customer, but the customers then going ahead and renewing or retaining those policies is on the lower side. So we have to tag those sales officers as well. Like though the performance is on the higher side in terms of new business, the retention or capture rate of those customers being retained back in the system is low. So we have to identify those sales officers. So what can be an implied strategy over here is a figure which would then go into his KPI. For example, if the sales officer is entitled to a bonus or an increment that is there, he or she has to maintain a minimum of 80% persistency going forward. So that is one goal that we give it to the sales officer, saying that for 30-month persistency, you have to maintain 80% that is there. For year 2 to year 5, which is 25th month to 60th month, you have to maintain 85% as a persistency figure. So these figures would then become that checklist saying that you would be only then eligible to the bonus if you maintain these persistency figures. So all these analysis we have to do at the agent level also, making them realize what is the importance of persistency in the business itself, and then their bonuses also get allocated to them if they meet those numbers.
So what is the responsibility matrix when it comes to persistency? Who within the organization is responsible to get this persistency figure at a given level?
So what do you mean responsibility?
By responsibility, I am saying who within the organization, which function is responsible for the persistency conversions? Is it the sales team? Is it the ops team? Is it the customer servicing team?
Yeah, I think difficult to answer the question, but I think the easy to explain that we put uh, the persistency in terms of the payment support. It means that they cannot get the bonus, very low bonus if persistency is low. That is the bonus payment. For the company, we have some KPI for the top level, like if persistency is low and at some level, they cannot get bonus.
Okay, okay. But why this question is when we want to also categorize the responsibility among people, that would also help in terms of knowing who has to be the actual person responsible for getting that persistency. And that team or that people are then equipped with the tools that we give from the backend. For example, model is the output which has to be consumed by someone from the business team to take a judgmental call on the output and then create actionable strategies for it. So hence the question, who is responsible to drive those persistencies? Because the strategies will get formulated accordingly. And as Jagdish was also explaining, sales, if are being responsible for bringing in business, they also should be given one-third responsibility to maintain the persistency. Because sales will sell the policy. It can be a forced sale, as you rightly mentioned. So if it is a forced sale, they know that their bonuses or their ratings will also not be that great till the time they bring in persistency for that person. If it is not their responsibility, obviously it will be something wherein people will throw in that business and somebody else's responsibility to manage and maintain it. There are different models which exist within the life insurance industry. Some people do it like a one-third for the sales team. Some people would do it from a business conservation officer's perspective, which is the renewal team's perspective. But obviously, we would also want to understand details of it so that some responsibility matrix within the strategy team also can be given for different verticals.
For the, you mean that for monitor the strictly the persistency, we have some here that you can check the quality of the agency side. The agency side is not here, but the same department like they have to monitor every month for persistency of the agency or the agency side. If they issue that have issue, they have to write to the maybe CAO or CAD or chief agency or chief distribution, like rate that issue and how to manage that, like talk to the agency or something like that. Yeah, we have such kind of function too. And a general, we have some responsibility to report this one, not a general. Like, yeah, but top management. But for the working level, we have some self-quality agency, AD, make actual general to handle.
Okay. Which is the point you mentioned is right. Top management across the CXO cadres will definitely have certain responsibilities mentioned or given to them. But the execution strategy has to be also brought into place because as we are discussing, if we want to identify model output to be used by someone, we would also want to know who will be using it. And then the execution strategy has to be formulated because even if you give the model output to people and say that these are the 100 set of customers who will lapse. Now, what should be done with that customer is exactly what has to be formulated as a campaign.
I think Aditya, you can make the assumption that the functional lead that in this execution, so you're asking about who will make the execution strategic decision, right? So I think there will be different functional PIC that will impact them. So when it comes to that particular tactical function, they will give their input. And of course, then you will then consider with respect to the whole thing end to end to decide whether that's the best strategy moving forward. So at execution level, you can assume the functional lead, the head of department, team lead will make that execution decision. And then, of course, from the data perspective, we will move up one level up to see whether how will this decision affect the whole whole life cycle and then provide your input analysis and probably the functionality will make a decision accordingly after consulting with other co-related functions. I think it's a bit tough to say that as one person who can take ownership of the time. So from an execution perspective, probably it's like PIC, the tactical lead.
Sure.
So the emphasis was on the formulation of the strategy that has to be executed. So when we have a certain responsibility assigned, maybe the sales officer has to maintain a 75% or 80% threshold in terms of persistency for 13th month. That would enhance again when he or she explains the product to a customer. They would also keep all these things in parameter, all these parameters in their mind, and then convert that lead into a potential policy.
So what is in your India who take the last responsibility?
So there is a joint between sales and the renewals team.
Yeah.
Renewals team is the one who has the complete responsibility. There is a separate vertical within the operations team, which is the renewal persistency team, who takes the responsibility of doing this. Obviously, it also means that there will be gate criteria that will be there for the sales EPIS that we usually have as a term, effective premium income for sales. And there will be certain commission structure that is also defined, which then means that there is a gate criteria. If the persistency is at a given level, then obviously you get qualified for certain commission structure, better commission structure. One is your IRDA commission and one is extra commission that you might also earn because you are satisfying a certain criteria. And obviously the responsibility in terms of calling, the responsibility in terms of contactability, the responsibility in terms of getting people renewed is given to the renewal team so that they do. And the percentages and their structures are also being created that if renewal persistency is better, then you get a certain aspect of bonuses.
So the biggest stakeholder is the sales team in SME.
We have sales plus renewal team.
Because the sales team will be the most affected by.
Correct. Because as I mentioned, effective premium income for sales is actually a bigger equation that is being brought into perspective. So, which means the products that are being sold will also have a category in terms of a multiplicative factor given to the sales or the premium that is being brought in. Which means if it is an easily sellable product, the multiplicative factor will be lower. If it is a difficult product that has to be sold, or if there are certain ways in which we want a specific product to be sold to customers, the multiplication factor will be higher there. And hence the way in which products are also being pushed will also get defined by these multiplicative factors.
So the supporting team make a decision about what persistency strategy to take, right? And there's some disagreement among the stakeholders whether this is good. The sales team will be the one ultimately making a decision and Joey stating that okay, we will take this step. Is that the system in SUD's case? It means who will jurisdict and make a decision, the final decision, and the final call that we will take this particular action.
If I understand your question correctly, you are asking who is the final decision maker in terms of the multiplicative factors that have to be brought in?
Yeah, or with whatever persistency strategy that has to be taken that has some disagreement among the level.
It is being discussed at a CXO level, which means sales team and ops team. If there are changes in certain strategies that have to happen, these will be discussed at the sales head level, operations head level, and then it will be finalized, and then everyone will be made aware of these. Because
joint ownership.
it will be a joint ownership, and information dissemination also would happen that way. Because now you would want to realign your sales team also, because there is a change that has happened in the grid. which means a specific product has a higher percentage. It will also amount to change in terms of the targets that are coming in and change in terms of what kind of persistency figures also have to be achieved. So it is a joint ownership between people.
But I think one of the big problem for persistency is sale quality. Sale quality is the big
Yes.
problem of persistency improvement.
Yes.
Yeah, if if a high sale quality is there, we
This
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 is
is-
very
this
easy
is-
to collect review.
this is a never-ending kind of a loop that always happens, and it is a vicious loop. Sales team would always push that if you have given me such a big target, how will I achieve it? Which means I have to keep on pushing my guys to sell. And on the other side, you would want the persistency also to be high. So which means there has to be a give and take between these teams. And obviously it is decided amongst the CXO as to how it is happening.
And that is more of a reason why these thresholds are being put into picture, so that everyone is aware that whatever business that is getting in is maintaining that quality going forward, it not impact the business in terms of persistence. So that is more of a reason why these thresholds are being discussed and arrived at those levels. And then once we have all the data points in place, we will be publishing one data quality report, as you are mentioning that maybe the quality of data that is there in income level is not that great. So we would be having a column level analysis saying that these are the data points that are there, and percentage availability, percentage missing values, cardinality, all those data points would be then analyzed and shared across again with the business teams, saying that out of maybe there are 120 data points that are available, but out of them only maybe 70 are usable. Rest 50 we can do some analysis and take some characteristics out of it, but they cannot be directly imputed into the model. So out of total 120 variables, only 70 are usable, and out of them, out of those 70 also, we have to do some more analysis saying that which would be important in terms of having the predictive power, and then finally go into the model. So this is the initial data quality report that we have to generate, and then share it across the involved stakeholders.
And I think with these data quality reports, the interaction with business team also becomes more congruent in terms of saying if we are also trying to predict the persistency risk, it will always mean that we did not have a good data for giving you a better output. And hence, probably, if at all, this is an important aspect of the organization strategy to improve persistency model accuracy. For that accuracy to improve, the data quality also has to improve. Only then the accuracy of that model will improve. And it will be your starting point for explaining to the business team also, or when we are designing those proposals, or the way in which a proposal filling or the process or the operational process of proposal filling also becomes more and more, I would say, richer. If I have to give an example how this happens for some cases within India region, there is an eKYC that happens for us. While the percentage is very low for that, because obviously it is a push kind of a thing and the data quality improves drastically with that. But yet what happens is it is one extra step for the customer or the sales team to actually do that eKYC and then get all the data from your government repository. For example, we have an Aadhaar number for everyone in India. Now that Aadhaar number, if the person tries to put in, we can fetch the details from the government repository and get accurate information about his age, about his residential details, and about the customer, whether he is an authentic customer or not, which essentially then will also reduce your fraud risks, if at all those exists in the ecosystem. While such aspects will definitely help, but implementing such aspects is obviously a bigger change in the entire journey of onboarding.
So the point Aditya is mentioning, where a customer unique ID is being put into the system and then automatically getting all those data points, comes from the data quality report in the first place. So out of 120 variables, there are only 70 data points that are getting collected qualitatively and has some quality to it associated. Why the other 50 parameters are still there but not being captured or collected becomes a question for the process improvement teams as well. So if there are 120 fields available, why or what is the reason of being them being empty or not collected in the way they are allocated for? So there has to be some emphasis on the process in which these data is getting collected. Is it troublesome for a customer to enter those data points? Can we have a simpler mechanism in which there is an eKYC kind of a solution which is available, made available to the customer, and then maybe in one click they can get all those data parameters that are required. So these kind of solutions would be then emphasized on when we have those initial data quality report discussions with the business teams. So we'll also give those inputs saying that why these fields are not getting captured. They will say this is the challenge that we are seeing while the form filling is being done. So what steps can be taken in order to improve that particular data collection step? So there is a process improvement team that is there. We will involve them as a stakeholder. We will try to identify if there can be certain strategies put in place, whether these data points can also be collected. Because as many number of data points that are there to be collected, our model also gets enriched with those data points. So we would try to improve on the number of data points to be collected so as to improve our model at the end. So that is one step I think which can be explored and discussed with your business team so as to.
And these discussions will have to be obviously chaired by jointly chaired by possibly IT teams, data teams, operations team, and the renewal teams who are responsible for all of these activities, because it would be a joint effort for the organization, and you would need data to also prove that joint effort is very much needed here. And one point that we also try to do within the organization gamut is identify uniqueness of customers within whatever data is being there in the organization. If it is, for example, what happens is yeah, onboarding, or if there are different channels, banker is a channel, agency is a channel, broker is a channel. If uniqueness is not being created on the basis of certain government unique ID which has been given, and that ID is not captured in the system, then again it becomes difficult for people to understand whether there is a uniqueness in the system or not for customers, because it can so happen that one customer has taken two policies from two different channels, and if for any reason the data points of unique identification of government IDs are not being captured in the system, we might have two different records of the same customer, which means that strategies that are being deployed or understanding the customer may also take a hit there. So do we have such challenges here?
And so I think, as I mentioned, we are building the CDP, the customer data platform, that pulls the data from like all sources that we have, like for example, the health well-being, SOP, the API that we obtain from Zalo, email, and all those things. Yeah. So like for that CDP, I think we will be able to solve all the problems as you have mentioned, and we have like a data part, like a database that we can take data. I mean, we can refer our data for the persistency model. But at the same time, the platform is not yet available. So
Okay.
that's the first thing. So I think what we are doing now is to obtain what we have available and try to do something first, like in the meantime, like it's just like if
So in when the till the time CDP comes in, which probably would say example, it will take 6 more months to come.
okay, yeah.
What kind of data sources do we have? It is like, does it have a coherent data source like a data warehouse in place which marries data from different source systems together, or it is?
We do. We have it. We already have in the warehouse function.
Right.
So we have the addressing the concern that you raised earlier about duplicating national like ID. We don't have that here. Since we record all of the national ID of each customer, and we also have we track them like in unique key. So that doesn't that isn't a concern here in DOD.
Okay, okay, okay.
When when you talk about like all in the meantime, because some of the data points we haven't incorporated into the data warehouse yet. Because for example, the chatbot or the data from the SOP, they are pretty new. So as long as the departments haven't requested the data to be incorporated into the data warehouse yet, then we won't have that information.
Okay.
But at the same time, like our actual team, we know the existence of those data, so we try to learn here and where here and there, and then like try to see which would be we should improve the persistency and try to incorporate them. So at the same time, we know how to like relate those data together. But at the same time, like it's a pretty small sample size.
So how we did it in SUD life is more in terms of before jumping onto persistency or the analytics side of things, we made the data warehouse robust to bring in all sources of information from different touch points that are happening for the organization, which means, as you rightly mentioned, so, and these are this is an evolving process at our end as well, because more and more systems, more and more chatbots, different partners who will also come into our ecosystems will always keep on evolving. But what we try to do is we have made it more so towards a customer 360 view that we have at our end. What it does is uniqueness of customer is the core for this customer 360 view, and different data points, which is not only from a policy product perspective, but also from interactions that are happening through calls, interactions that are happening through websites, interactions that are happening through chatbots. All of those data points we try to capture together and create one customer 360 view. What this 360 also does is gives out its information in the possible format that is needed by different application which has to serve it. Data warehouse is the central repository on top of which there are different ways in which if there is an API interface that is needed by example CRM or a claims management system, we give that through a customer 360 API which are created on these data warehouse and are consumed by our applications thereof. Which means data warehouse or data mart becomes the central repository through which different channels are feeding in data, and the data points which are more so towards one single repository to give single set of information or single set of truth to different applications are also being done through the data warehouse. And as rightly mentioned, so I think CDP will do that work for you here. But with CDP, obviously, what we also, while we are not yet trying to create it specifically for a lot of things at our end, CDP is also being looked at from the digital persona improvement at our end, because that is where our campaigns, what we also try to do is have different campaigns for our digital customers, and these campaigns have to be brought together. So we possibly will be using CDP in 1 or 2 years to bring that digital front being more robust for our end. But till that time, from a data warehousing perspective, we are more trying to capture that information. And then we try to use these information data points so that variables can be at least classified and said whether they are significant variables for the model or not. We definitely understand that possibly a correlation might not even happen if it is from a calling data or if it is from chatbot data. There might not be a correlation with the persistency, but at least we try to bring that data in, try to fit it in the model. If there is no correlation, we do not use it, but we try to make that effort to see whether, if at all, a probable correlation comes in, we will try to bring it in that.
So once the initial data quality report is being published and all the data points that are there available for the model are identified and then an analysis is done on that, We'll then do an initial exploratory analysis, univariate, bivariate analysis, how, what are the distributions across the channels, what are the distributions across the products and various parameters that are there. And then in those to and fro discussions with business teams, we will also arrive at some derived variables. Like I was saying, there can be an income to premium comparisons, which is a derived variable. There can be some mapping that we are doing, which is like occupation based surrogate income levels that are to be calculated. So all these derived variables would come only once we know that the data quality is not there good enough. So we have to arrive at some other variable which would be helpful in our model computations is what we look at in this step. And then we try to again share this analysis with the business team. So it might so happen that there are some conditions which are to be checked. There would be certain parameters which have to be considered before going into deep dive into those model building activities. We would share all those initial analysis with the business teams as well, so that they're also on the same page, and whatever experience that they have till now is also in sync with the analysis that we have done. So that we have this have that transparency and confidence built in the business teams as well. Sorry.
Pardon me, but in terms of like improving the data quality, do you mind sharing for SUD experience? How do you guys manage that, improving the data quality within SUD? Do you mind sharing with us?
Yeah. Maybe one example that I would bring in here is we have a certain group customers that are there, where in which the data quality is not that high or when compared to the other segments that is there. So we try to have that enriched when we go for a renewal with the same customer going ahead. So we will be floating out a link kind of a thing where in which when the customer comes up for a renewal, we will have those data points also enriched at the same time itself, so that if there are 5 fields that are there, out of which 3 are incompletely filled by the customer, they would then place that information at that point of time. So this is one way in which we will try to improve the data quality that is there. The other options, as we were earlier discussing, is a bureau tie-up that we are looking at, wherein which we would get those surrogate information about the customer in terms of their credit spends. It would also give us those income levels that is there. Along with all these things, they will also provide you the qualification, education, all those aspects would also be there in that, which would be again enriching our data points. And then along with that, they also give us those financial stability indicators, saying that in the last 60 days, what are the payments that he has made, and how many payments are there within the due date stipulated time. If there are any lapsations at his end or her end during those transactions, all these details would be then enriched from the bureau arrangement that we have.
So I think financial data from the bureau side definitely helps, and the contactability also is being given from the bureau wherever it is being considered as a example. It is a deep lapse customer, and we do not have a contactability information. We would go to the third party, which is the credit bureau, to get that information. Income segment, all of those details are given. Now, what will also happen is, and why these different touch points and data that has to come from these different touch points is important is we try to get these information out and possibly if there are calls which are being made from different partners or different calling agents. There are possibilities that the customer would say that don't call me on this number, call me on another number. And that details we will be capturing in that second system, which means these details, if we try to bring in our data warehouse and maybe example, add another column which says a surrogate information of that customer, while it is not mentioned in the policy admin system as it is primary and secondary contact numbers. But this is a tertiary contact number where the contactability was made during another call, which was done through a different system, helps in improving that number. So now, and but a business problem that we also faced is we had a primary contact number, we had secondary contact number, and a tertiary contact number, which was for different systems. What we now did as an added advantage for the business team is we saw, for example, we did a calling on given customer on these three numbers. And where did the customer actually pick the call on the first try was then categorized as his preferred contact detail and being given to the callers, saying that the customer does not answer his phone on his primary contact number. He might answer his phone on the first time when you are calling him on the tertiary contact number. And that is given as a tag to the callers so that you do not also waste the time of those callers when they are trying to call him, because you will have three numbers. You call on the first number, the number rings and the customer does not pick the call. You call on the second number, the customer rings and the phone rings and the customer does not pick. On that third try, you call him and the customer picks the call. So this is the one that we usually give in our data quality information so that it becomes easier whenever the calling is also being made. Because then we reduce the time taken for contacting the customer by the caller, telecaller. So we use such things for improving it.
That's from the business side, right? How about like technical side? Do you have any tools for data quality management?
From the data quality management, from technical side, we usually use in the initial assessment, we were using DQS, the Microsoft SQL Server tool that we have to analyze the entire customer quality. And through our integration systems that we have, we usually have those rules also built into those packages. For example, it is for us, it is when it comes to on-prem, we use SSIS, which is the Microsoft SQL Server Integration Services, and code all of those data quality outputs that come here into these SSIS. When it comes to on-prem to cloud, we have ADFS, which is the data factory for pushing data, and there we also codify all of that information so that this is being also made as a catalog. On top of it, when we exchange this data for dashboarding purpose, we have data warehouse connected to Cubes, which is our SSAS, and that SSAS is being connected to Power BI, which is the data visualization tool, which is on cloud. So we usually have those things also made there. Cubes, we also have created a semantic layer, which usually protects the customer, which protects the business users from the details of columns which are maintained in PAS, because the PAS column names cannot be obviously directly shown to the business teams for doing a decentralized analysis if they want to do. And hence the semantic layer is also being created as a data catalog, which then gives it to people to understand it in a business term rather than the PAS terms.
Now going into the next steps, wherein which we would emphasize more on the model building activities. Maybe this part we can discuss it on the day two tomorrow. What I will now discuss is the model evaluation in terms of getting the business team also into confidence. So as I was mentioning earlier, there would be in-time and out-of-time testing that we have to do. And also after that, we have to do some analysis, maybe prior 6 months data on which the model would be executed and the results then showcased to the business stakeholders. And then once that is done, we have to discuss those results with the business stakeholders as well. For example, the model is saying a particular probability of lapsation is 0.9 or 0.8. So maybe the stakeholder would not be in a position to understand the probability or what is it that contributing to that risk that is there at the customer level. So all these things must be made understood to the final business consumption unit that is there, and so that once they use it, they are also in a position to strategize or lay out some action points on top of that. So we have certain ways in which we would make these ML algorithms made understandable, or make the business units also understand what is actually going on at the back end.
So I think this is what Jagdish was trying to explain, because when it comes to business teams also knowing what is the patterns in which they would want to interpret these difficult analytics models, is a scoring mechanism, so that the scores that are being created on the basis of the probabilities attached to specific products, because now we know product becoming a significant variable, customer details, some details of customer becoming a significant variable, the business team understanding the probability of a significant variable will be too much to absorb for the team. Hence, possibly or a possibility of scoring that, which becomes easier for teams to understand. So, for example, we score it from a 0 to 10 kind of a thing, and give those scorings at a customer level, at a product level, at a touch point of discussion or a grievance level. So these scorings will help in terms of the business teams to also understand the model output and say, for example, if there is one customer or a set of customer who has issues or a lesser scoring for product, then possibly when discussions happen with the customer or at this time of strategy formulation, these should be some aspects which have to be taken care, because the pitch that has to be created for discussing with customers has to be created by the ops team or customer servicing team or the quality team. For them to create what has to be the pitch, these are certain scores that you can then dole out to the customer, which is an output of your statistical model, and consumption becomes easier for them to understand in a business terminology.
So the idea behind this scoring mechanism is to make business teams easily understand what we're trying to say, or which data points or which variables are becoming more important in terms of identifying that particular customer as deep lapse or high risk lapse, or probably saying that they will renew their premiums on time. So it will help the business teams in identifying according to the parameters that are there, and then formalize a strategy around that. The way in which we do it is to convert these probabilities onto a score of maybe 660 or 800, which generally the credit bureau also scores. So we are just scaling that probability to a 800 or 1000 level score. And then for the 1000 score, what are the variables that are contributing? Maybe, for example, product stability score is contributing to maybe 200. And then customer profile score is then contributing to 300, and financial stability score is not contributing and the value is only 50. So then financial stability of the customer is a problem that we have to target for. And then we can look at an opportunity where a different product can be offered maybe at a lesser premium without losing the customer, saying that if the customer is not in a position to pay the premium, we can offer a lower product at a lesser premium that is there, and then still have the customer retain with us. So these kind of strategies can be formulated with these scores in place. Maybe the discussions around this, where in which the conversions are happening from probabilities to those scaled scores, can be discussed tomorrow. And one more way of doing the same is to give certain insights on those high, medium, and low risk customers that are there. That are there. Maybe what we can do is have those certain customer cohorts defined, saying that customer belonging to a particular metropolitan segment, having occupation level, occupation so and so, and income levels greater than an X amount, can be labeled as disciplined, or customers who will be paying their premiums within the stipulated time. Or the otherwise as well, where in which a riskier customer belonging to certain occupation categories, having income levels less than certain amount, not tech savvy, maybe there are certain grievances attached to the customer. So all those customer profiles also can be given or segmented in a way on which certain action can be taken upon. So while interacting with those customers, we can ask whether you have any grievance prior to us. Sorry to have that discomfort caused to you. We would like to have one more opportunity to serve you this time with this product. Something that sort of engagement can be put into place, and then try to win the customer back and retain them. So these are the techniques that we generally use in the initial phases, where the business maturity of handling ML algorithms is not to a higher extent, where we're just starting implementing ML algorithms and solutions with the business teams. We try to have these two mechanisms in place so that the adoption of the model becomes easier. So directly, if we say that this is a high risk customer, maybe there's a black box model that is there for the business. They don't understand what is happening at the back end, then the confidence also goes down. So if we have certain mechanisms saying that these are the scores, these are the contributions that this total score is having from these variables, then the adoption or acceptance of those models also becomes important and easier for the stakeholders to have.
And what we have seen is the best way in which all of these arrangements also work is probably from a business side. If there is a champion who understands some side of utilization of that model, because obviously from the business side, uh, uh, people to understand statistical model to the extent possible will obviously not be there, but a champion from the business side who understands some part of IT, some part of analytics, and who has also had some hands-on experience in terms of data churning capabilities. I think that kind of a role also helps in terms of creating a positive impact within that business team. And this we have seen whenever it comes to possibility of decentralization of reports, because what we have seen within our ecosystem, when we created the data warehouse, lot of requirements also came to us within our IT and business intelligence team for different data cuts that have to be used by different functions. So what we did is have, as I was mentioning, a cube created and then decentralize it through a data visualization tool, so that quality of data that IT team and the BIU team is churning remains as a golden source of truth, and decentralized efforts also help in terms of uh, people getting that data for their own consumption becomes easier. So similar analogy, if it is also used for model, obviously understanding that model by the business team would be that responsibility of obviously the model creator, so that understanding happens. But a business champion within the team helps in terms of removing the issues or discussion gaps that would happen, and possibly formulate strategies from the business side, which can also be then told to the data and analytics team as those model feedbacks. And those feedbacks become very important for making the model more and more robust.
So once we explain how we are tagging those customers, what is the way in which we can go ahead about that model deployment, is to identify those actionable touch points that are there. For example, in our case, what we do is we have specific spokes assigned from the business team also, where we with whom we interact with regularly. We sit with them and try to have those allocations also in place. For example, we sit with them, we have those 100 policies which are due for the next month. We execute the model and then tag them as per the probabilities that is there. And then also with the consumption strategy that is in place. Earlier, we used to have high, medium, and low risk of lapsation tagged against the policies. Now, with the maturity of using those models and then having specific strategies in place, we had that one more bucket coming into picture, which is ultra high risk. So we have now moved down from 3 segments to 4 segment approach, in which the ultra high risk is treated in a different way. Also, the reason behind this is when we interact with business teams, when we allocate those policies, what we have observed is when we give the allocation to the sales team, what they do is they try to sort it out, all the policies in terms of the premium amount. So the higher the premium amount, they would target them first and then have their numbers achieved first and then focus on the remaining policies. So from shifting this to a customized solution along with the model, what we do is have those distributions of high premium tickets as well, and then a mix of medium level premium ticket size policies as well. And then for low premium, what we do again is to have those segments in place, high, medium, low. if the premium is also low and then the risk of the customer lapsing is again on the medium and lower side, we will just put an SMS or a nudge kind of a thing, not involving too much cost in getting the policy converted, and then leaving out the high risk part of that low bucket as well, and then combining it with the other nudges that are there. So this is a kind of iterative process that we keep on doing with our business team. We sit with them on the 25th or 26th of every month. We sit with them. We try to identify what is the due dates for the next month. N+1, which is like if we are sitting on October, we will be allocating it for December. So a month prior, we do all this analysis and try to have those allocations in place, saying that we have a couple of resources that are there at call center level. There are a couple of resources which are at a BCO officer who is an expert in converting those high risk cases. There are a couple of in-house or in-house teams which would do those customer callings from the HO itself. So we have these kind of resources, and then going ahead, we also I think 6 months from now, 6 months prior, we had that Ubona calling, which is like an IVR calling that is happening, which is on the low risk and low premium ticket sizes that are there. So it is an automatic calling that is happening to those customers, and people are renewing through that calling strategy as well. So we find it as an effective solution, which would be then helping us in lowering our costs as well. So these are the strategies that we sit and discuss with the business team day in and day out, and then have them verified as well, saying that whether if we are allocating it to maybe a BCO officer, is it actually being called by BCO officer or not? All those dispositions are also being captured in our application, saying that if it is allocated to resource one, what is the output or what is the disposition being tagged against by that particular resource one against the policy. So all this tracking is being done. How many number of calls are being attempted to reach out to the customer, whether it is 5, whether it is 10, or whether it is 8. So we try to arrive at that golden number of understanding how many calls would be enough to make the customer push to have that premium paid. So generally what we identify is 4 to 5 calls would be enough in order to convert a customer or make them pay the premium. If it is going more than that, then we will change the strategy again. So all these things would be analyzed on the fly within a couple of days, saying that as I was saying and emphasizing on this point earlier, we have our model defined at T+15. We have a 30-day grace period, but we have kept it as 15 so that if anything happens or the renewal doesn't come within that 15-day, we have a cushion of 15 days in order to again go back and then discuss with the business teams to have an alternate strategy in order to have those renewals in place. So at T+15, we have those strategies in place, and then after T+15, if the renewal is not coming, we will again sit back and discuss and regroup our strategies and have a different strategy in place.
I think this happens in the initial framework when it is being created, when the model is deployed and some kind of initial district strategies are being made. Now we are at a stage wherein this has become a very normal exercise for us, wherein the team sends out probabilities and we also give out the feedback saying, for example, there will be a couple of lean months wherein strategies have not to be applied because obviously the number of telecallers are enough for doing those calling. But when there is high months wherein there will be a lot of the number of people will be lesser and the number of calls that have to be made would be higher, then these strategies get applied on top of it, and any realignment of these strategies, if has to happen, that will happen within those 15 days of period that we have. And also, what would be the cases? This has happened through last 3 years, wherein model has been created, deployed, dipstick analysis in terms of different regions, pilots that had to be done. People from the strategy team also changed, and new people have to be explained all of those strategies again at some extent. Or using those models, how do you also change your strategies? And these are like life cycles within all of these model development activities, wherein both the teams, which is data actuaries team, analytics team, and the business team have to work in tandem so that the final output is what is in terms of the favor of customer. And obviously, challenges will definitely be there when it comes to discussion within the business teams. But those challenges have to be sorted in those order. We have seen those challenges in our life cycle, and we thought that we should also share those inputs with you so that you guys will also be ready in terms of knowing that these challenges are bound to occur.
So we also face these challenges while we are having those pilots in place. So it is always important to have one or two pilots just before we go for the larger deployments. So as to understand what kind of ground level obstacles would be there to overcome. So as I was saying earlier, when we had that initial challenge, initial pilot, we have observed that the sales officers are sorting it out by the premium amount and then trying to address those high ticket levels. So that is one point we have observed. Then we try to have that addressed by having a mix of premiums that are there and then try to have them allocated in that way. So all these challenges would be identified in a detailed way when we are doing a pilot. And also what we understand is when generally a pilot is rolled out, it might so happen that two identical or similar regions are identified, and then we try to have one test and control group. And then in control group, we would be having it as business as usual continue. But in test group, we would be laying some strategies. So what strategies are to be identified also have to be decided in the pilot stage. So whether it is a calling strategy that you are placing, or would that be a personal visit that you are planning for the customer, or a mix of both, maybe where in which you will be doing a couple of calls and then interacting with the customer, or some email communications that you are planning, maybe some WhatsApp, Zolo communications that you are planning. So all that need to be identified, and then accordingly test groups would be defined, saying that this is my base customer, that nothing has happened, and this is the base on which strategy 1 is implemented. This is the base on which strategy 2 is implemented, and an alternate batch where in which the strategy 3 is implemented. So all three strategies now having a similar customer profile would be having different strategy overlaid on top of that. So which strategy is being effective would also be made known to everyone, saying that maybe in a pilot of 3 months, we are observing that maybe a simple calling would also do if done in the right way. That strategy would help us in getting those premiums on time. Or maybe for deeper or higher risk customers, maybe a personal visit is what is suiting the best. So all these kind of strategies have to be identified in that pilot stage itself, and then compared to see which of them are performing well. And a mechanism in which these dispositions are also being measured becomes integrally important in order to have a overall successful criteria identified. For example, if we are not having any dispositions identified at those customers, though they are paying those premiums or not paying, if we are having those dispositions identified, saying that this is a successful call that I have made, and the customer is willing to pay the premium, if that is identified as a column, then it would help that yes, strategy 1 is helping me to get those persistency figures, or strategy 2 is helping me to get those persistency figures. So these comparisons or analysis can be done in order to achieve that overall success that is there. And then once we have those dispositions in place, we also have that improvement feedback loop created for us. So if the customer, if the caller is saying the customer is not happy with the product, or he is saying he will not be paying the premium, and as we as a model have tagged it as a low risk, but when the calling is done, the customer is saying he will not pay. So he is in turn, he's actually a high risk guy, but the model has tagged it as a low risk case. So there is a mismatch in terms of the model output as well. So we have to tag them and again loop back this data point into the model so that it gets rectified in the next going forward in the next predictions that are going to happen. So this feedback loop has to be closed with all those dispositions in place so that accurate and correct information is getting back into the system.
So how is the present persistency being maintained? Is it only calling or SMS or email that is being sent and we are tracking it?
You mean how to contact our customer, right?
How to contact the customer and get the premiums paid?
Yeah. So that we send SMS. Yeah, we send the letter and we make a call. Yeah.
And have we tried to do a mix and match kind of a strategy wherein only calling is being done or only email is being sent?
Currently we call maybe to which customer we can call the
Okay.
100%, but we cannot determine the one we not call. Okay, come to that.
Now we call from 40 plus from after due 30 days. After due 30 days after due.
30 days after due.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a right period as 50 days after due.
Okay.
But if after 30 days, customer do not pay the new call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times on an average do you have to call the customer so that he then pays?
About 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah. 3 times. We try to contact them.
Okay. And are there any mechanisms? How do we identify whether the customer, when he is trying to pay the premium, can easily pay the premium? Are there any issues while paying the premium when it comes to the renewal customers, or the process of paying premium, is
Yeah,
it?
not so it's not very easy in Vietnam. We have a lot of ways to pay, like by the bank, by cash, by some e-wallet or something like that. Easy, but not easy.
Okay.
We have many payment methods for customer to pay.
Okay.
And we post the payment method on the website, and customer can refer on the website how to pay.
Okay.
And Digiline Vietnam account, bank account. So customer can pay to a bank account or wallet or cash or yeah.
Okay. Cash is also accepted.
Yeah, currently around 40%.
40%.
40%.
No, 35%.
Yeah.
35% of cash and 65% non-cash.
Okay. And for cash, he has to go to a bank branch.
Customer can come go to our counter.
Okay.
Customer service counters to pay cash.
Okay.
Yes.
We have so many offices around the country.
Okay. Okay. So usually, what we have seen is when it comes to people who have to go to customer service kiosks or desks, or we have our 140 plus branches wherein they can do. What we also try to promote is either through website or through certain digital modes, if that can be done, so that it becomes easier for the customer to also do it.
Yeah, yeah.
But you are saying cash is one of the important. 40% is like a big chunk.
Yeah, we try to lower, and it decreasing now.
Okay.
For the customers.
So coming back to the model, wherein the dispositions are now captured and we have that improvement and feedback loop as well in place. What we can do is, as there would be changes in the product trends, maybe in a particular year, the organization would be pushing for a particular product, and maybe in the coming years, as the goals also change, certain other products would also be pushed. So is there any change in terms of persistency with these products? All that has to be looked and again looked back into the model. We would also try to compute the stability of the model and see going ahead, is the model right in terms of identifying those customers at various risk levels. And if the stability of the model is getting impacted, again, we have to do a characteristic stability index of all those parameters, see how the data trends are changing, and then retweak or again, maybe building the model from scratch would again depend on those values. So all these things have to be in place so that the model improvement, which is a continuous process, goes on. So these two slides we have already discussed. So this is a brief kind of layman strategy that we have had when our initial discussions are happening with our business teams. What we see here is the distribution of the total renewal base. So it can be categorized into three buckets, which is 13th month, which is the first year renewal, and then 25th to 60th month, which is year 2 to 5th year of the policy, and then all the policies which is greater than 5 years. So these are the three categories that are there. And we had a 13th month model and 25th to 60-month model, which are helping us to identify the persistence risk that is associated with each of these customers.
So
And
when we started with building these models, it was one generic model that we tried to create. But obviously, as we grew and as we tried to understand these into more detail, we had to split it into two distinct models. One was year one model, and second was year two and forward kind of a model for 5 years. Because in the first year, obviously, there is no payment history attached to that customer, and we do not know any trend about that customer, which means it is more so towards the heuristic way and also certain data points which are captured in our onboarding systems. Basis that customer segmentation that has been identified, we have overlaid our model accuracies on the first year model separately. And year two to year five is the crux wherein we get the financial indicators more in details about that customer, because the payment methods are now very clear. We have a history of payment methods known to us, and hence the year two to year five will also become the model which is of more validity or authenticity. Because year one, you actually do not know much about that customer. It is more of having the profiles of year two to year five brought out and mapped onto year one model, so that it becomes more authentic. And typically, the way in which these model breakages have to also come in is possibly by knowing what is working for example IC Vietnam, because we might not know if there are certain variables which are coming up in the second year which have more bearing on the model, or whether it is the first year wherein these variables have become more prominent for us. And this is like a time gap analysis that we will have to do on the basis of what data is talking to us. And hence the need of actually doing that from a descriptive statistics. Descriptive will help in terms of knowing if this is actually falling into place for us or not.
Yeah, so as Aditya was saying, we had created those models with time, and year one, year two to year five, and now for policy tenure greater than 5 years, we have surrender models also in place, because that particular minimum policy tenure that has to be there would be now completed for all those products, and they are now eligible for surrenders as well. So if there is any propensity for surrender, can we retain them back? All those models will also come for the third category, which is customer tenure greater than 5 years. So here we had those strategies for pilot, in which we will be identifying similar branches that are there. For example, in southern part of India, there are identified branches where the persistency is on the lower side. So we had those branches identified, branch A, branch B. We had those test and control groups in place. We will be keeping one strategy in test group A, and we will be keeping business as usual in the test group B, and then compare which strategy is giving a better or yielding a better result for us. So after that analysis is being made, we'll continue with that pilots to further extend those pilots to further more branches across. And then once the results are there and the business teams are also in confidence, we'll roll it out at a larger pan India level. That is what we have done in India for HUD Life. Now,
I think we have anyways discussed this.
Yeah. So for low risk, we would be utilizing IVR kind of a calling, which is automatic calling that is happening. And even for that, we have analyzed in which the pickup rate of the customer is high. Maybe around 2 o'clock, around lunchtime, and close to 4:30, where there is snacks that is going on, maybe in their daily routine, is what we have identified that customers would be picking up their call and answering what we are trying to say. And generally, at the peak hours, morning 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, when they would be occupied in their office works, they would not be picking up our calls, answering to what we are saying. So this kind of analysis is also done so as to give those accurate times in which our customers would be picking the calls so that the engagement happens at that level.
Do we have a call center analysis kind of report which tries to identify these aspects? Because then the pickup rate or what is the exact time to answer the calls will also become important when the strategies are being rolled out.
So which one?
So I am saying if there is calling that is happening, we mentioned that there will be a call that happens.
Yeah.
And obviously this call is being done through a call center executive. Or is it a call center outsourced calling or is it in-house call center? Okay. So then we must be capturing the details of the calls being made.
At what time are we placing those calls? Is it morning 9 o'clock?
So
10
what
o'clock?
we are trying to say is when usually there will be call center systems that are also in place. When you are actually giving the data that has to be used for calling, you would want to give the details saying that this is the phone number, this is name of the customer, this is the premium that has to be paid, and then certain dispositions, which means what does the customer say gets tagged onto it. Which means the data that will come out of that call center effort will be X person has called 10 customers. At what time has that person been called? And did the person answer the call in the first place or not? Then analyzing this data to say ki the if you are called at morning time, afternoon time, evening time, this is the preferred time when the customer actually answers your call. Which means effectiveness of your call center also would play a vital role in these aspects.
Sorry.
Là nói là mình analyze cái call center của mình gọi giờ là hiệu quả hay là mình là gọi hiệu quả như thế vậy.
Yes. Our CCM system have a tool to analyze the time calling, and we can and we have a tool to analyze the call center by Power BI on Power BI.
Okay.
And we know that the time that CS can call customer effectively.
Okay. So I think those will be this call center report should get married to the output that is being shared, and then the allocation will happen that way.
And also for the allocation, we have to analyze the caller's efficiency as well. Caller 1, caller 2, caller 3. How many calls are they placing in a particular time frame, and how many of them are actually getting retained or those renewals being placed. So that caller level analysis also has to be made. Caller 1, caller 2, agent level analysis. Then maybe we can assign those high risk cases to a caller who has that higher efficiency of converting or retaining those customers. So
And
that
these will be certain campaigns that have to be driven in terms of saying, if at all, what Jagdish was also mentioning in terms of if there is a pilot that has to be done, which means during that pilot, what are the ways in which the customer is being called, emailed, messaged, and what is the efficacy of calling, what is the efficacy of sending an SMS, what is the efficacy of probably any other output through which the customer is being reached or there is an outreach which is being done. all of this have to be married, and then the campaign lift also has to be checked, because in the first go you might not know whether it has happened because of calling, whether it has happened because of an email, whether it has happened because of an SMS. So we might also have to do a mix and match to understand which is the preferred kind of a thing for the customer, so that when it comes to model outputs being used in the most effective way, you are pretty sure if there is, say, a deciling method, which we will go on in the next set of discussions. If that is being done, what are the top, say, top 10% of people? What should be the strategy for them? What is the middle 50% of the people? What is the strategy for them? And what is the lower chunk? What is the different differentiation strategy for them? Because once the model has to be deployed, efficiency of that model can and has to be tested this way. Otherwise, it will always be a discussion wherein model output versus usage of that model will be a question mark for both the teams, and people will be discussing on these aspects uh, endlessly, because the ground realities of having those campaigns and identifying those lifts have to be agreed between the team, so that output of that model has helped business teams to get the result expected, has to be also quantified in that way, because then again it will become a qualitative discussion versus a quantitative discussion.
When you do this one, right, in the first time you have a pilot area.
Yes, yes.
And after it's time for
The pilot areas were identified, and A by B testing in terms of knowing if this area, and when those pilot areas have to be identified, you would want to identify two similar areas. Two similar areas, one wherein you apply the model strategy and one wherein you do not apply the model strategy, and then try to see if wherever you have applied, the lift of persistency has increased there or not, and the lift of persistency here has not increased, which means then you can clearly say that if a model gets applied, my persistency increases by 2% or 3%, and hence you then overlay this kind of a strategy on a bigger base.
One more thing, model itself won't be improving the persistency. Model plus the strategy that we are putting in, or the efforts that we are putting in collaboratively, will only show some improvement, is what we have observed. Like only the model, just tagging them and having it at maybe shared across business teams won't help in improving the persistency. There has to be certain action point or strategy that has to be overlaid, and then efforts has to be put in on those customers, saying that we will adopt strategy A, B, C, and then only we can see some improvement.
Okay, stop. I think so like we started.
Yeah,
Started
this is the last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your first.
So when do we start this afternoon? About 2 or 1:30, so. We give me 2.
How much time do you need for
Một rưỡi có tình huống để
Một kế hoạch, một rưỡi hoặc 1:45.
Because according to the schedule, it's like 1:30. We still like right now it's like 12:15, so let's start 1:45. Or just message the group.
Anh gì online, cái này tự offline.
Qua vậy là cái nền ổn trước bây giờ xài cái đó hay là
cái này giới thiệu bên đó là nhưng mà xong rồi hôm nay thì là đang làm việc đó, ngày mai là sẽ làm cùng người vui.
kiểm tra liên tục data của trước đây sẽ là
Chưa phải luôn đấy, đúng rồi. Hôm nay với cả ngày mai thôi.
ví dụ là cho xe
Chưa
lên
luôn.
ngoài nhà con xe đó để làm ở nhà còn nó cũng là được Con đây, một gắn lên đó.